Good afternoon, everyone. We're here to do a roll call for launching our Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025 regular city council meeting for the city of Marina. And Anita Shepherd-Sharp.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. We're here on Wednesday, January 22nd, 2025 for a regular scheduled Marina City Council meeting. We'll start the meeting by having a roll call by our Deputy City Clerk, Anita Shepherd-Sharp.
Councilmember McAdams. Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Here. All right, thank you. Will Councilmember McAdams be joining us in some fashion tonight?
I believe she will be as a member of the public.
Okay. All right, and then we have a closed session we're going to go to in just a bit here. Any changes to the closed session agenda?
There are no changes to the closed session agenda.
Okay, then our next item would be to go to public comment on any of the closed session items. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Marie Weiner. I live on California Avenue in Marina. I'm going to focus my public comment simply on the issue of term in regard to Las Animas lease. We now know that Las Animas last written lease pursuant to amendment number 2 thereof was expressly non-renewable because it was specifically stated that there would be no further extensions. When the lease and the conditional use permit expired in February of 2017, Las Animas proceeded to violate the law for 7 years by operating a cement plant on city-owned property without any conditional use permit whatsoever. At the October 2024 hearing on the new Las Animas conditional use permit before the Planning Commission, 2 of the commissioners proposed that any CPU to Las Animas should be limited to 1 year to start. In response, the staff told the Planning Commission that the city was already in negotiations with Las Animas regarding the lease and that the application was for a 3-year term plus a 1-year additional to shut down, and that the Planning Commission should defer to the City Council to decide any ultimate term, and that any CPU should be granted for the 3 years plus 1 to give the City Council flexibility in its negotiation of any new lease. Thus, the CPU was granted for the 3 years plus 1 based upon representations by staff that the Planning Commission must either deny the CPU or grant it for the full 3 plus 1 years, as it was up to the City Council to ultimately decide the actual term of operations via a new lease. If you don't believe me, please listen to the audio of that meeting and draw your own conclusions. That's why we residents of California Avenue have been pleading with the city to deny any further lease. And at the very least, Las Animas should be given only 1 year to wrap up their operations and 6 months to shut down and clear the land of their plant and their equipment. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Maria, right? Marie. Anyone else wishing to speak to this closed session agenda on any of the items? Come on up, Carol.
Good evening, council members, city attorney, city manager, and city staff. My name is Carol Ng. I'm co-founder of a Concerned Citizens group, which is making an appeal on behalf of the people in the area to the city of Marina. You will vote to grant a new lease on whether to grant a new lease to this concrete company from Santa Cruz called Las Animas. I understand the vote is likely to occur in February, on February 4th on Tuesday, or February 19th, Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. I urge the peoples of Marina, CSUMB, and the Monterey Peninsula to come in person, preferably, or if not via Zoom, to speak against it. What is the concrete proof that the peoples you represent are against Las Animas? I announced a petition quite recently to seek the city to deny Las Animas concrete lease. I now speak on behalf of 70 people who have already signed the petition against a new lease that is not a renewal because it expired on 4th February 2017. And it has continued to operate quietly and illegally for the past 7 years. These 70 people so far and growing are not just in Dunes, but also a fair portion are outside of Dunes and from CSUMB. Why did they sign this petition against Las Animas? Because they understand what is wrong with the problem. Either because they are on the ground and understand the situation, or if not, after being granted the evidence and supporting material to see how Las Animas is unsuitable to operate in Marina. So these are the two reasons. The third one is how it exposes the city of Marina to yet another lawsuit potentially. Do you know what are the hours the city of Marina has approved for Las Animas to operate? They include night operations for 30 nights in a year, from the evening at dinner time to the next morning when people are sleeping during at night. You are also allowing them to operate from 6 a.m. This is 1 hour before the city's business hours of 7 a.m. And pedestrians and cyclists use this very same road where there is no bike path and no sidewalk for more than half of California Avenue.
Excuse me,
Mayor,
Carol.
that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we do have someone remotely. Can you find out if that's AMP or a member of the public? So we'll now go to the remote audience, and Kayla Seltzer, if you want to raise your hand to speak, that would be great. If not, we'll close public comment on closed session. So we'll just give you a moment, Kayla, to respond if you want to raise your hand. Okay, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. And thank you for the public that has spoken. We'll take your comments and the previous communications we've had with us into closed session. And we'll be back here at 6:30 for open session, and we'll report out at that time any results from closed session that are appropriate.
Recording stop.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. We went into a closed session at 5
Recording in
o'clock.
progress.
All right, good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us tonight. Continuing our January 22nd, 2025 City Council meeting. We came just now from closed session since 5 p.m. and our City Attorney Renee Ortega is going to report out our closed session activity.
Yes, so council provided direction in closed session, and we will be bringing one item back to closed session on February 4th. That is item 4B. That's all.
All right, thank you. So at this time, I'd like you all, if you would be willing and able to stand for a moment of silence, and then Councilmember McCarthy is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, Brian. We're going to start with a special presentation about CDBG, Community Development Block Grants.
So happy to introduce Darby Marshall from the county, but just wanted to offer a little bit of a disclaimer. We are now part of the Urban County CDBG program. There's no final decisions that are being made today. This is really supposed to be a 8 to 10 minute presentation, get some general feedback and questions, but there is a pot of money, and this is a nice roll into the budget season. So we're not asking the council to give that final direction today. Just hear the presentation, what the funds could potentially be eligible for. And then as we go into our budget retreat and the adoption, then we can talk in more detail about what the direction of the council is. So I just wanted to give that basis. I'll pass it off to Darby now.
Thank you, Guido. We can get my slides. I'm Darby Marshall. I'm with Monterey County. I'm the Housing Program Manager, as Guido said. And we're here to talk tonight about the Community Development Block Grant Program. Real quick, I'm going to give you an idea of what the CDBG program is all about, the process that we go through, what kinds of projects and activities are eligible, and just leave you with some parting thoughts as to how the city might want to consider using its portion of the funds. 2 slides, please. Okay. I'm going to let her catch up. While we're waiting for her, this is a phone number you might want to take down for your constituents. One of the mandated requirement activities of CDBG is fair housing, tenant-landlord relations. The county does have a fair housing contractor on board. That is the Eden Council for Hope and Opportunity. Their phone number, if you have constituents who have questions or concerns about fair housing, 1-800-ASK-ECHO. I don't know what the numbers are. Sorry. Real quick. So the Community Development Block Grant Program is a federal program to invest in low and moderate income communities to help raise the standard of living for people in those communities by investing in community facilities, housing, and public services. There are 2 programs. They're both federal funding out of HUD. There is the entitlement program, which we're going to focus on tonight, but there's also the state's program. Entitlement communities meet a threshold test for population and what are called low mod population. So 100,000 people and 50,000, and one of them being in HUD's low mod category, and you can become an urban county. You get a direct pot of money from HUD every year. The other program is the state's program. Communities that don't meet that test can compete for CDBG funding through the state. HUD gives the state a pot of money to distribute to the small communities. You could conceivably get more through the state program than you do through the entitlement program, but it is competitive. And in this state, it can be very challenging for communities like ours because we're competing against the Central Valley, the Imperial Valley, and the North Sacramento Valley. So our poverty and low mod population, while large, pales in comparison to some of these other areas and the need. And I've been doing this presentation now for a lot of time, long time. So I may go too fast. I may breeze over something that you have questions about. Feel free to interrupt. I want to make sure that you feel comfortable with the information I'm giving you. Next slide, please. So process-wise, every 5 years, the urban county has to prepare what's called a consolidated plan. This is a really disjointed process because our planning is on a 5-year period, but every 3 years, HUD requires the county to go out and invite every city in the county to participate in the urban county. Last year, your council made the decision to join us with the urban county. Right now, we are in the process of preparing our annual action plan, which is how we're going to spend the money in any given year to meet the larger program goals and community needs that we identify in that consolidated plan. And then at the end of the year, in September of the following year, we will do what's called a consolidated annual progress performance and evaluation report that kind of summarizes, this is what we had, this is the projects that we funded, these are the kinds of beneficiaries that we had. Every year in December, during December and January, we go out and we do a notice of funding availability where we invite nonprofits and other eligible organizations to apply for funding through the program. One of the projects that was submitted this year was a proposal by MST to do ADA improvements to their bus stops here in Marina. That does not necessarily have to be funded by the city. The Board of Supervisors could direct some of the county portion of the pie. I'll get into that in a minute. Next slide, please. CDBG basics. CDBG activities have to meet a national objective. There are 3 of them. Primarily benefiting low or moderate income households or persons, preserving or addressing and eliminating blight, and meeting urgent need. We generally do not fund urgent need. There is a separate allocation that usually comes out for that called the CDBG DR grants. You may have heard about that because Monterey County is one of the eligible counties for a CDBG DR funding that was just announced last week in response to the 2023 floods. We have done a project to address blight. We don't do them very often because, again, you have to identify an end use. And so if the city were to, say, have a former gas station and you had an EPA grant that covered 80% of the groundwater contamination and you needed CDBG to finish the remediation, you could do that. But what we would look at is 3 to 5 years, what's your end game for that? We want to see it's a new community facility, a recreation center or something that's going to benefit the low mod. It's not just to go out and clean up property and land bank it. And the most common, what we usually hit is low mod benefit. That means that we are benefiting either individuals or households. The individual income limit is $74,150. The household can make almost $105,000 for a household of 4 and still be considered low mod in this county. The other way that we can approach this, and I apologize, it's not my fault. HUD hasn't given me the numbers yet. If there was a project, and I use Pajaro, if you're familiar with that little community up by Watsonville, it's about 60% low mod. And so if we do something up there, we can just assume that it benefits low mod because that's the census tract. The There are other things, if you were to do a senior center, we can assume that they are low mod because HUD says anybody 62 and older is probably going to be eligible. We just have to document their age, and otherwise we have to get pretty invasive and look at individual income qualifications. Any questions so far? You good? Yeah.
Here, sorry. So you're kind of talking about some presumptive
Mhm.
cases where, but are you going to get into where it's maybe not as clear how you determine it benefits low and moderate income persons?
Yes, I can do
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
So I've already discussed the area benefit, the limited clientele. We can also do housing. One of the activities that we've done in the past is housing rehabilitation. We've also done first-time homebuyer programs. Those for the amount of money that we have right now, those are very expensive programs to set up, keep and maintain. So there are other options that if your council is interested in it, I can certainly work with Guido to get you more information on how that might work. But it's probably going to be a much larger effort than what the urban county has right now to have enough money to make those kinds of activities sustainable. And then the last one is we can fund economic development. And in that case, we look at jobs. And we would have to get into the household income of the job holder. So I don't recommend economic development as a real good program. If you do have small businesses that need financing, the county does have a small business loan program that has benefited businesses here in Marina. It's administered by Cal Coastal. I certainly encourage you to steer in that direction. Next slide, please. So this is just a list of the HUD limited clientele that where we can presume that they're eligible. Okay. You had a question on how we determine if it's on the line. Okay. Really what we have to do is, and I'll give you the example of 10 years ago, we funded youth sports programming in Gonzales, and we continue to do so in Pajaro. We actually had to get each participant's household to certify how much they made. And as long as over the breadth of the program, 70% of the beneficiaries were low mod, we were okay. So that's one way that we can do it. Obviously, it's easier and less intrusive if we can use the area or presumptive, but we have the capacity to work with you if we actually have to go out and do individual household income qualifications, which if we did down payment assistance or housing rehab is absolutely required. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a big question that everybody wants to know. How much money is available? So big picture, I went to HUD back in 2023 and asked them if every city in the county could qualify as an entitlement community, how much would they be worth? How much would their CDBG grant be worth? And so those numbers are on the left. And then I took it up to 3 years because we have a 3-year agreement, the Joint Powers Agreement. Off the top, we took 20% for general admin. That pays for the fair housing, that pays for the county staff to manage the program, it pays for our public noticing requirements, it pays for us to do the National Environmental Policy Act reviews that are required for all projects. And then we took 15% off for public services. And those are statutory caps. Okay, so that is the absolute maximum of any given year that we could use for those activities. If we don't use them, they go back to just being for affordable housing, infrastructure, community facilities, public facilities, projects like that. And then I divvied up that 65% of the pot that's left, basically more or less on what percentage of that $1.4 million in any given year each city brought in. And then I juggled it around a little bit because Sand City came to the table. And in order to make it so that they could do anything, I had to get them a little extra money. So The other thing to keep in mind, I prefer to fund you in 1 year as opposed to giving you a little bit every year. So if you have a large capital project that we could participate in, that's easy. Because it gets a big pile of money out all at once, and then I can go on and do big projects elsewhere instead of just a bunch of little ones. It's a little nicer for the city staff to have only one agreement and only have to deal with it once instead of every year. Next slide, please. So what have we funded locally? There are a whole bunch of things that CDBG can fund. We have funded the purchase of fire engines. We have paid for sewer and water system improvements. We have paid for individual water system connections for low-income housing or for households that were owned by a low-mod household when in North County when they went on to the Aromas Water District and went off wells. Households couldn't afford that on-site infrastructure, so we were able to provide them funding to do that. We can do healthcare facilities, childcare facilities, pretty much anything that you can think of that would have a community benefit. We can help fund, except if you wanted to build a new city hall, new council chamber, buildings of general government, we can't do. Okay, we can do fire departments, fire stations, fire trucks. Those are eligible. So as I mentioned, we also fund public services. We've funded Meals on Wheels, both in the Salinas Valley and the Monterey Peninsula, food banks, legal services for seniors, the Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA. So if you have community partners that might be able to benefit from that, they can apply. We have that application period just closed last Friday, and Guido will be helping, I hope, review, rate, and rank the funding requests that we got for the public services. And then we'll take those to the Board of Supervisors for ultimate approval. There are, as I mentioned, we can't do general government. We cannot build new housing, but and this is where some of these caveats come in. If I just remember Chispa's Jinsei Oaks project, if that had an off-site component where because they were building the new housing, they had to put in curbs, streets, and gutters, we could pay for that with CDBG because it's an off-site in support of affordable housing. Okay, so there are ways around these. We couldn't build a new city hall, but if you needed ADA improvements to remove architectural barriers, we could do that. So be creative in thinking about what kinds of activities you might want to do. And I can certainly try to be creative with you. I'm not going to be so creative that I have to come back to you in 5 years after HUD monitors and says, that was an ineligible activity. I don't want to put anybody in that position. But that's my goal, is to make sure that money does good in the community. Going forward, as Guido said, you're going into your budget season. That might be an opportunity for you to figure out where you might want to apply. Maybe not this year, but maybe next year. You have the 3 years to get the funding, and you'll get about $400, and I think it was $50,000. You know, you could also consult your capital improvement program. It's up to you guys, really. And if you have any questions, I am available.
Back around 2000 to 2005, we got CDBG grant money, I think up to nearly a couple million to run a small business incubator out near our airport. So where did that fall into your categories, or is that no longer available?
That would be economic development or micro enterprise. They are allowed by CDBG, but because of it's very hard to get people to release that kind of financial detail on themselves to use those resources. So I would caution against looking at that again.
So it was more common in the past than it is now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, from what I understand, the state got in trouble for the way they were managing those, especially the economic development portion of CDBG. And I actually had the County Board of Supervisors buy the county's state CDBG money out of its economic development portfolio because it was so restrictive.
All right. We have an Arts Habitat building we were talking about. So I was thinking about small business incubator, Arts Habitat, rehab a building that's old and blighted.
Yeah, if it was mixed use, there might be a way. Just remember, it's federal dollars, and state law. It attaches with Davis-Bacon and prevailing wage.
Yeah, we're
So,
used to that.
yeah,
So we could use it on a mixed use project if it was to go from blight to rehabbed
yeah.
buildings.
Mhm.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity that you're presenting. I'm so excited. So I just want to make sure I understand the $452,696 is that, of course, we have to submit an application and then we have to be approved, in terms of its use, et cetera. But if it were approved,
Mhm.
then we're guaranteed funding for up to this much money?
Uh,
This is really true?
So
Just-
So what I want to say is, assuming Congress funds CDBG at where it is, that's what you should get. There is a provision in the JPA that we will adjust the annual amounts based on the actual HUD funding that the urban county gets. So within, 0.5%, you probably should be good over the 3 years.
Wow. We have so many needs and dire needs in this
Mhm.
city, so I am sure we can come up with some very legitimate reasons for using these funds. So thank you very much for
Mhm.
presenting this.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Have a nice evening. All right, now we go to council and staff announcements. Staff, do you have any announcements? Council? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick events. I read in the news today that CSUMB is holding a TEDx conference. As of right now, there are 5 tickets left. They're free. If anyone's interested in signing up, Monterey has a long history of TED Talks. TED Talk, sorry. So you can Google TEDx and there'll be a news story that comes up to get one of those remaining 5 tickets if anyone's interested. If you're a student, there's, I think, 60 tickets left. Second, let's see, this Saturday, the 25th, REI is having an event with Senator Laird that will be present at 10 o'clock. Yeah, it seems like a really exciting event to get to talk with the senator, the state senator, and learn about some new legislation that involves environmentally friendly changes to the law. And then lastly, the Monterey Bay Defense Alliance is having a breakfast on, let me make sure I get this right here. I think it is, I apologize, I just had it up, the 31st of January, and I am registered to attend that, but they're going to be talking about the economic impact that the Defense Department has on this area, and kind of spoiler alert, it may rival or exceed that of tourism. So that's it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Brian, is there an outcome that's desired by that whole military breakfast movement? Is educating us, but is it educating us for a purpose? A motive?
So I'm relatively new to the Defense Alliance. It's been around for a very long time. As you know, they have advocated for different issues that have happened in Marina that maybe we didn't agree with, but I think it's really important that we have a presence, and that's why I've started attending. Their motive is to protect national security assets, to grow the defense presence in Monterey, to make sure the defense presence is unified, that we don't lose defense jobs that we have now. So,
yeah. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not an announcement, but I just wanted to mention the wonderful Martin Luther King Day celebration that we had only 2 days ago in our city, with lots of attendees, lots of guests, wonderful music, and great speakers. So I thought it was a great event to celebrate that in our own city. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Lisbeth, for being there and for taking a lot of photos, maybe 100, but from setup to close down. And to, as you mentioned, Councilmember Biala arranged a inspiration ceremony that was highlighted by 3 speakers that were really great. So thank you both for that. And the Asian community of Marina, ACOM, they did a great job turning out about 20 volunteers to serve food to 250 plus people, eating a wonderful lunch. And the staff of the city, really kind of threw down the gauntlet and showed up in a short period of time. The Recreation Cultural Service Department worked really hard to plan the event, and the police and fire departments jumped in to make sure the whole thing was secure and well planned from a safety perspective, which it worked out really well. So thank you to police and fire. And then Public Works were doing the park, before getting it ready, and then hauling in tables and chairs and hauling them out at the end of the event. So Public Works did a lot, and the library provided access. It was closed day for the library, but they came in anyway, the librarian, on her day off to provide us access to their power, their restrooms. Then we had huge volunteer groups from Blue Zones, Monterey County, and CSU Monterey Bay, La Palma, or Palma High School, United Way. They all sent groups of volunteers before all the to-do happened. And the to-do after lunch was the ceremony that we spoke of, and Monterey County Pops Orchestra played an hour and 20 minutes. And it's the first time we've ever had a professional orchestra play in Marina. Everybody loved them. They love being here. The orchestra told us that they've been doing concerts around the county for many years, but they've never had anything close to the support and the respect and the help that Marina gave them. So they're totally jazzed about being here, and they want to come next year and the year after that, et cetera. So we just have to decide if we want to have it on a Monday, Martin Luther King Day, like we did, or on a Saturday, so we don't step on Seaside toes, because they have a parade that day too. So we'll talk about that for next year when we have more time. But this year was a 35-day blitz to realize we had an event and then to organize it. So it went really well, and there were hundreds of people there, maybe 400 people. Beautiful sunny day. So whoever ordered the weather did a really good job. And Lane Long and others are helping to support it financially. So the whole event cost $11,000 for the orchestra and about $7,500 for everything else. Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, I forgot to mention, they donated $3,000. It's their land. They're the landowner. And they did a lot to organize the event with recreation permitting through the city. They wrote it up, the application for the city to approve, and insurance, and they helped register everyone, pass out bracelets so they could eat. So just a really well-rounded volunteer effort. And it cost the city in total about $7,500 so far. And I think that's close to so for under $10,000, we got a great event, mainly paid for by external sources. So thanks to everyone. And see, if Citizens for Sustainable Marina, they went through weeks of planning and organizing and putting on the event. So I didn't want to forget them. And the council people were all there that were able to. So thank you for all your support. It was a great day, right, Randy? It was a great day, really a great day. So thank you, Andrea, for being there with a table, and Allison was there with a table. So the city was well represented. It was a wonderful event. All right. So now we move to do the same we just done, but with the public giving comment, maybe on the presentation you just heard from the CDBG, maybe on the consent agenda. That's fair game for public comment, and anything else that's on your mind tonight that's not on the rest of our agenda tonight. So we'll start with the people that are here. Just come on up to the podium one at a time, and then we'll go to the remote audience where we have some hands up.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and City Manager Long. I'm John Sanders. I came before the council on October the 15th, and I posed just a few questions. Mayor, you were out of town and participated via Zoom. City Manager Long responded that he would reply to those questions offline. And I understand that city manager maintains a very demanding schedule. And so I've been patient about waiting for a response to those questions. Some of them can be addressed in a very simple yes, no, and manner. And just to note a few of those questions, I asked if the city had a priority list of public facility maintenance projects that had a top 10 or top 20 list of facility repairs and maintenance that were needed. I asked, and I think yes or no, that's a simple type of response. I asked if the city had estimated cost for, if it had that kind of a priority list, if it had estimated cost for those repairs. And again, I think that could be answered at this point with just a yes or no. And then I ask if the city has such a list, if it would provide that list to the public. Once again, I think tonight a simple yes or no would be quite sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Anyone else in the room here? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Christine Benson, resident, long time. I was paying attention during the HUD briefing, and I just had a question about, we've had a rising homeless population and a lot of complaints I've seen on Nextdoor regarding people sleeping in cars overnight in certain parking lots, especially in the library, and the risk for safety and any kind of trash accumulated, or concern about a blight. So I was wondering if potentially there was any area that we might be able to designate for a camping area or some other location that would be safe for those who are unhoused to reside and have access to bathrooms and have some kind of support to maintain those and prevent a continuation of the issues that have been reported. So I just wanted to raise that in relation to that funding. Thank you.
Was it Christine? All right, Christine, thank you.
Evening, Council. Howard Gustafson, longtime resident of Marina since '58 and 7-year chair of your Forward Restoration Advisory Board, 8 years City Council, and 14 years you're president of Marina Coast Water District. And what have you done at Fort Ord? What have you really done? I mean, you're not responsible for any of the construction out there. That was done thanks to Isla McCutcheon, the past mayor. And I'm really concerned about you and another item coming up. And I can't see what you're really doing for ourselves. When I listen to any future development, I hear things like annexing the college. We don't want to annex the college. We want nothing to do with their annexation and that college campus out there. Nothing to do with it. Central Marina isn't like Fort Ord. We didn't really support you, Bruce, and you know that, but that's just the way it goes. And I'm just a little bit disturbed at some of the things I see on the agenda and the way the city's going and how you discuss future projects. I know that a lot of developers don't want to have anything to do with you. Your vision of Fort Ord is patent housing, and it's dilapidated with nothing there. I mean, what are you going to do? And just one more thing. When will item 13C come up tonight, City Manager, if you know? About what time?
This is your time.
Oh, well, I don't need to say anymore. I just asked you a question. Maybe if I can leave and then come back for the item.
Yeah, so this is the back and forth, but we'll address the comments when public comment period's over.
All right, thanks. All right.
Those folks that are
Mike, please.
Thank you, Shep. Okay, Denise, I think you're unmuted. Can't tell for sure.
Oh, I didn't even hear my name called. Hello. So, about the presentation, the gentleman, I'll shoot off an email to Guido if I can remember how to spell his last name. So when I Googled that 1-800 Ask Echo, what I got was a very expensive brand of tequila, which is great for those of you that drink. But for me as a non-drinker, not so great to deal with my housing programs that way. What I think that you wanted was Eden Council Home and Opportunity located in Hayward. And yes, we have an Eden Housing in Marina that runs one or more programs. So I will confirm that maybe what he was talking about. And just to ask you guys, when someone speaks as quickly as he did, because obviously done the program a whole bunch of times, he needs to say his whole name. And if his last name is difficult to understand, he needs to spell it so we know who it is. He said he was from Runaway somewhere. I don't even know who he works for. So just, yeah, if they're going to give a presentation, they need to be really clear on who they are and where they're speaking from. I will give you back a minute. Bye.
Thank you, Denise. Let's go to Grace Silva Santella. I still don't know if I'm co-hosting.
Hi, Mayor and Council, you can hear me?
Yes, hi.
Perfect. I fixed my Zoom. So first, I just want to thank the city for that fabulous Martin Luther King Jr. celebration on Monday. It really was what I love about Marina and have for the 34 plus years that Ray and I have lived here is the community that we have in Marina. And it was just, to me, it just brought that all together. And both Ray and I really thoroughly enjoyed the event. One suggestion, though, that I would make is in the future, I would skip the free food expense and instead bring in some of our Marina food truck vendors. You could have 3 or 4 out in the parking lot. And maybe if you want to do a free food celebration, free cupcakes or free cupcakes, because then you don't have to deal with plates. But overall, it was just fantastic. And shout out to our our Marina librarian. Melissa is just the best, and we're so fortunate to have her and that she came in on her day off. And then the second thing I want to say is based on the presentation you just had, I know that in years past, I know at least twice, maybe longer, I have asked on a council level if it's possible for us to have a program where low income but house rich residents of Marina who are either disabled or of a 62 and older age bracket could have some funds available for rehabilitating their homes so that they don't start looking like blight in neighborhoods. My mother was a beneficiary of the CDBG program in Monterey. She was house rich, but cash poor. She was able to get a new sewer line that didn't cost her anything. She had a few other improvements done to her house. But another thing that she was able to benefit from was a major remodel inside and outside of her home that was a lower cost program, a lien on her home that had to be paid back once she sold the home and moved into assisted living, but it was far less expensive than had she done it on her own. And I would really hope that you will look at the CDBG money to assist some of our lower income house rich but cash poor residents. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Grace. Now let's go to Marie Weiner. Hello, Marie, welcome back.
Members of the council, thank you. I'd like to discuss incompatibility and noise. Continue to have a cement plant operate in the Dunes residential neighborhood, especially the transportation of cement and supplies in huge commercial trucks exclusively up and down California Avenue, is completely inconsistent with existing and future development surrounding the Los Alamos parcels. At present, there are hundreds of families living in residential homes in the vicinity of these city-owned parcels that are being used by Los Alamos. It's next door to the Marina Equestrian Center, which is deemed a national historic resource and has been identified by the city as a community recreational center. Less than 0.2 of a mile away from the plant is residential student housing at CSUMB. According to the proposed revised general plan approved by the City Council this month for preparation of an environmental impact report, other undeveloped land owned by the city or the college is proposed to become non-industrial offices, restaurants, stores, additional residential housing, student housing, and land reserved as open space. To have a cement plant smack dab in the center of all these and driving their huge commercial trucks throughout such neighborhoods is simply nonsensical. In regard to noise, your staff has taken the position that the general plan provides for decibels of 70 during the day and 65 during the night in this area. Los Alamos Concrete is on land zoned as BP, standing for Business Park, and is not zoned M for industrial. And under Marina's laws, commercial activities in M zones are subject to specific noise limits based upon the nature of the property affected by the noise. Under section 1728.040H, for noise that disturbs single or double family residential homes, such as those on California Avenue, the noise limit is 55 decibels during the day and 45 decibels during the night. It's illogical for the City Council to claim that an industrial business in a BP zone is allowed to be noisier than in an M industrial zone. Further, relying on the general plan is using the wrong standard, as the CPU issued to Los Alamos explicitly provides that it must comply with section 9.24, which does not allow commercial noise that disturbs the comfort, repose, health, peace, or safety of Marina residents. And as you know, that is occurring. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you again, Marie. We appreciate it. Okay, let's go to Min C.
Hello. Hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you, Min.
Yes, I also live on California Avenue, and I want to re-express that I work at home, whether in the front room, which is right next to the street, or in the back room in one of the bedrooms. Regardless of where in the house, I continue to hear noisy trucks driving across the street in front of me. Since I work at home, I get to see and hear them all day. And if I choose not to work and just stare out the window, I can probably count how many, but I have to work. So I thought I had moved to Marina, bought a house in a quiet neighborhood so that I can work at home. I don't think that's going to happen now. So I don't know how to solve this problem, except for now I'll just wear noise cancelling headphones, which seems nonsensical if my neighbor is supposed to be quiet. I've also observed that in the past few weeks that there's increasing amount of noise due to one of two factors. Between 6:30 in the morning and about 8:30 in the morning, there seems to be a lot more trucks now coming through than those weeks in December. I they seem to be carrying a lot of water, fuel, and gravel. So they are probably going to Las Animas. And then also there are those red cement trucks driving through also. And then the second factor that I think is contributing to increasing noise is many of them now, having driven through this street for the last few weeks, are getting into the habit of, being familiar with it. And most of them are speeding now compared to last month. So that's not good. Thank you, Mayor and the Council.
All right. Thank you, Min. I hope we stay in touch. Let's go to Carol Eng next. Welcome, Carol.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening, Carol.
Good evening. Evening, council members, city manager, city council, and city staff. My name is Carol Eng. I also live on California Avenue, which has turned from a residential road to an industrial road. Because massive industrial trucks are going up and down the road for 11 hours in a day and starting at 6 a.m. and approved officially by the city of Marina for these big trucks to start when it is still dark, where pedestrians and cyclists go on as well, where there's no bike path and half of the road does not have sidewalk in the dark. I repeat, I'm the co-founder of a concerned citizens group about this, and we make an appeal to the residents of Marina and to the city of Marina. You will vote soon on whether to grant a new lease to this concrete company called Las Animas Concrete, which is originally from Santa Cruz. I understand the vote will take place likely in February, on February 4th, Tuesday, or February 19th, Wednesday, at 6:30. I urge the peoples of Marina, CSUMB, who are affected by it, and also from Monterey Peninsula, to come in person or via Zoom to come speak against this. Because this concrete company will be sending all its staff from Santa Cruz to speak for this lease. So our local community also needs to come by to balance these folks from Santa Cruz. Do you know what are the hours that you have approved, the city has approved for Las Animas to operate here in front of homes and in front of CSUMB student hostel? On weekdays from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m., 6 a.m. is 1 hour before the business hours in the Marina Municipal Code. You also approve these trucks to travel on a whole day of Saturday. In addition, you also allow them to travel for 30 nights in a year when it's completely dark.
Excuse me, Carol. I'm sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off, but your
Yeah.
time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I hope that we stay in touch. Anyone else who hasn't spoken wish to raise their hand so that you can speak for up to 3 minutes? All right, we'll go and close public comment. John Sanders had some questions, yes or no. Lane, have you responded to those questions?
I believe those were responded to last year, but I'll have Shep double check.
All right. And Christine had a suggestion about homeless camp. And Christine, I think you should probably come to City Hall and talk to staff about that. That can be a lot more complicated than it seems, but it's a good idea. Yeah, and then Carol just asked what the approved hours of operations on California Avenue, 8th Street were. Is there, how can we get a hold of her for that?
She can contact Guido, in our community development.
Okay, and I have notes about Grace's idea, but I didn't have any questions. Did I miss any questions that other people may have noted?
Mr. Mayor, I did a quick Google search on the Ask Echo phone number and it's 855 Ask Echo, not 800.
855 Ask Echo, and Echo spelled ECHO.
ECHO.
Okay, 855 Ask Echo. Denise, let us know if that doesn't work. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Does any member of council have any brief questions, comments, or want to pull something for a deep discussion? Councilmember McCarthy, is that legacy light? Oh, okay. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. About consent agenda, I have a few remarks and I probably need to pull one item.
All right, let's start with your brief remarks. What's your first
Okay.
item?
Just a small typo in 10G1. The word year needs to be added.
Okay, now Shep is not here, so who would be taking these corrections?
I'm
10G1?
And Shep is listening. and-
Shep's online.
Yeah.
So that was 10G1 about the adoption of the auditing services?
Yes, just the word year is missing in the agenda and in the staff report.
Oh, okay.
Just a minor.
Okay.
I think most people understand. And and then for 10D1, the city park at Sea Haven. In the staff report, it's referred to as Sea Haven Community Park. And to avoid any confusion, I think we should call it City Park at Sea Haven, because the HOA there is called Sea Haven Community Association. And this needs to be clear that this is a park for everybody. So.
Actually, that's pretty, we're going to go through a process trying to name all of our parks, but I think the meantime, that's a really good suggestion. It'll just be City Park at Sea Haven, City Park at Dunes. So we can make that.
Thank you, Mr. Long. And then for 10J3, the annual audit report, I just wanted to let people know how awesome this is. I didn't have enough time to read it all, but I thought to have it hidden in a consent agenda item for, it has so much information about the demographics of our city. It's awesome. So anybody has time, I recommend read this report.
And finances too, right? That's one of the main purposes.
Yes. And then the item that might need to be pulled, or I can try to be fast, it's 10F2 for the resurfacing of the tennis courts or pickleball courts. So it might not be so fast. I sent questions to staff, and Andrea Willer already replied. And so maybe I can be short. I just want everybody to understand, because it took me some time, that the refurbishing of the court is just the surface of the two upper tennis courts. The lower courts will not be touched. They will be still in what I call deplorable state. The proposal does include replacement of the steps that are almost non-existing at the moment. It's too long. Okay.
No, I was going to say to the upper court.
Yes, the steps to the back gate of the upper courts, but it does not include anything to replace or fix, I think, fences, gates, retaining walls that are falling apart, landscaping. So we need to realize this is only the surfacing of the courts, the two upper courts, and they will be striped for tennis and pickleball.
All right, I think that we probably should pull this.
Yes, so
to come back later.
I tried to be short, but I cannot.
Right, but
So
you're bringing up things that might warrant some discussion. Right?
Yes, thank you. This was it for me. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad you pulled that because I'll also have a comment on that same issue. And with this wonderful financial report, if you don't get to read all of it. I just want to point out the one sentence that is the absolute most critical. And in our staff report, it says, the city's independent auditors, Chauvin and Associates LLP performed these tests and issued an unqualified, quote, clean, unquote, opinion for the financial reports of fiscal year ended June 30th, 2024. So that's an accountant financial language to say we did really good, folks. And we continue to do that every year. So just because it says this, it's a huge statement for our finances in our city. So congratulations, everybody, for the responsibility of getting this kind of rating. Thank you.
I don't see Tori in the room, but thank you, Tori. Sure she was involved. Thank you, Tori, online. Okay, I'll motion that we approve the consent agenda minus 10F2.
I'll second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so now we'll move on. Thank you to, let's go ahead and take 10F2 now. The $40,000. So, Elizabeth, you opened up the discussion. You have anything else you'd like to mention?
I think I mentioned most of it. So just to realize that the rest of that area will still be in the same condition that it is in now, which is not good. And then, and since this was tied to our decision, the council's decision to make the courts at the future Dunes City Park pickleball only, under the condition that these courts would be at Rain Dollar at Los Arboles would be only tennis and in good condition. I still am not convinced that this will be a good solution for our city to only have 2 tennis courts there with nothing else around it, and we don't even own the courts or the area there. So I think we need to have an agreement. It needs to be very clear with the school district, or maybe even transfer the courts to the city. I don't know, but I think it warrants more discussion when the time comes for the Dunes City Park.
All right, Elizabeth,
Yeah.
I see that the 75,000 is to resurface the upper tennis courts and resurface and restripe the lower courts for pickleball. That's what it
Yeah,
says
that's
in the staff report.
Thank you.
Good evening. The original CIP project was for exactly that, resurfacing all the courts, restriping the lower courts for pickleball. The quotes came in close to 250,000 to do all of that work. And that still didn't include the surrounding areas that you were mentioning, like the retaining walls and landscape and pathways.
And fences?
That did not include fences. That was strictly to reconstruct basically both the lower and upper courts. So based on that and other discussion, we revised the scope because I know there's a desire to get tennis courts established. So we revised the scope to just the upper courts. And even then it came in over budget at about 115,000 just for the upper courts.
Okay. So in this staff report, it doesn't mention 150,000. That's, it just mentions 40,000 more on top of 75.
Correct.
To equal 115, but not include anything but restriping 2 tennis courts surface.
Doing the repair, there's some asphalt that needs to be removed and replaced. So doing all of that repair, resurfacing, restriping. And if I can, the reason I recommended dual striping in this case, which is different than what I said at the last meeting, is strictly, I still don't really love dual stripe courts, but considering we don't have tennis or pickleball anywhere in the city until the new parks come available, and considering there's a much higher demand from what we can see for pickleball, I was concerned if we only did tennis that the pickleball community would, have some opinions about that. So when I was emailing Councilmember Vischer, I suggested that possibly once the parks open and have pickleball, we could then restripe those for just tennis, if that's the direction council would like to go. we could also potentially put in a new CIP project in this upcoming budget cycle to address the lower courts and any of the surrounding areas that are of concern.
Let's go to Councilmember Viola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Andrea, does it also include some of the block netting or the wind barriers?
Yes, it includes the windscreen around the entire court.
Great, great. Also, the last time we talked about including MPUSD.
MPUSD, yes.
In the discussions because they are the owners. But in this go around, we're going ahead and allocating these funds and do the work. But is it your understanding that we'll continue to pursue the school district's participation in funding the further improvements for this site?
Lane could probably speak to that better. My understanding is that they do not have any interest in improving that site because they do not use those courts and have not used them in years for PE, athletics, teams, anything. So Lane may have more information, but the last time I talked to the superintendent, they did not have any interest in participating.
We're going to continue to have discussions because if it's a larger scale, that we're looking at a lot more city funds, then the discussion is if we're going to construct, maintain, then it doesn't make sense for the school district to keep ownership. And so we're going to continue to have those discussions.
Great. I think that's a really great point about ownership then. Why are we doing all this then without any possibility of the future? Thank you very much.
Okay, I thought this was a small piece of a larger joint use deliberation that was going on with the school district, how we're going to use different facilities that they have and fund some of their facilities, such as our upcoming pool and aquatic center. But we'll leave that for now, bigger picture kind of thing. But for this, do we have any idea of how much it would cost to do it comprehensively so it's a nice facility with fencing that's adequate, not adequate, but fencing that's, better than adequate, and steps and retaining walls, landscaping. So it's a nice facility, not a nice court surface surrounded by ugliness.
I do not have an estimate for that. The estimate that we have is strictly for the courts, and to do all of the courts was about $250,000.
Okay.
We never requested estimates for landscaping and retaining walls and whatnot, especially after we got that first quote just for the courts, and it was so far over budget.
Right. Well, I know that we're spending, close to 20 million on several parks collectively. And so if we were to spend $500,000 on decent pickleball, lower and upper decent tennis courts that look nice, that's just the cost. And maybe it's even more than that. But I feel hesitant to go ahead with the surface if in the next year we're going to want to do something with fences and retaining walls that might interrupt the surface and then have to do some more surface work on the courts. So
Ishmael may be able to speak to that better than I can, but I don't think that replacing the fencing would impact the courts. The posts that hold up the fencing are still in decent shape. Even much of the fencing is in decent shape. There's a few areas where maybe some top rails need to be replaced or the hinges on a gate need to be replaced. But overall, the fencing is in decent shape, and it's going to be wrapped in windscreen. So I don't anticipate that like the retaining walls even would impact the courts based on their locations. But if Ishmael feels differently, come on up.
And all right. So,
and we didn't even talk about that before.
So brilliant minds think alike. And Ishmael and Andrea, I'm wondering if you could talk to us about the reasonableness perhaps of having two phases. One, do what we're talking about doing, since you're saying it won't be affected by future, improvements. And then two, going ahead to at least get us some quotes for the rest of it, the lower courts, the landscaping, the improvement to what repairs to fence,
Mhm.
repairs to retaining walls. Can you speak to a two-phase approach?
I think it's very doable. And I don't see why that would be an issue as long as we have the appropriate funding. Ishmael, do you have a comment?
And city manager, as far as appropriate funding, we had $23 million unallocated funding. So if the council wanted to allocate some funding to this, is it there to allocate?
I think when we have our budget retreat, that really is a better time because we're starting to look at a lot of these costs are starting to build up. Like we're going to come back with Sea Haven Park, like Glory Jean Park. It's now the 1.7 million we thought was going from that to Sea Haven. Glory Jean is going to take it all. And so now Sea Haven's 1.7 million short that we're going to have to tap into park impact fees. And we're trying to build up a fund balance for the ball fields at Preston and Preston Park for the new ball fields. And so we really want to come back to the budget and really do a comprehensive look at our funds available, park impact fee, general funds, maintenance projects around the city. We can still move forward with getting some estimates and things like this. And we're going to continue our discussions with the school district on if they, with their new bond money, if they have no plan at all to improve those facilities, then we're going to really talk hard about if they are never going to put any money into it or improve it, then, and they want us to, they should look at transferring those properties over to us.
Okay, so if we follow the approach you just outlined, nothing will be done except surfacing, at least until the budget is over, which is July 1st. Sometimes it's a little bit later. And then possibly we'll decide in the budget not to put any money into this besides what's on the plate today. So it's not looking great anytime soon. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McCarthy and then back to Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Andrea, I don't really think there's any way you could possibly answer this, but I'll ask anyway. Do we have any idea how many tennis users there are in a year? I mean, is it 10? Is it 100?
I really can't answer that other than my observation has been very, very few. And when I have seen folks out there, they're not really even playing like a serious tennis match. It's more like, more just kind of playtime.
And might they say that's because of condition of the courts, or do you think there's just not the demand?
I don't think there's as much of a demand because those upper courts are playable. I mean, they're not great, but they're much better than the lower courts and they are playable. And when I've been out there, it's either been pickleball or nothing.
Okay.
And so that's why I was suggesting the dual striping, because those courts are currently being used for pickleball. And so if we don't dual stripe it, we're actually taking that away from the pickleball community as opposed to, adding tennis.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll just also say thank you, Councilmember Vischer, for bringing this up because I too didn't read as thoroughly as I could have and thought that it was for more than apparently what it is. And so even at 40,000, I mean, if we're talking about, let's say 100 people that use it regularly, which I think is probably conservative. I mean, you're talking about $400 of city investment per person to play tennis. It's interesting. But anyway, thank you for bringing that up.
And I just would like to add, even though it's not the comprehensive project that was envisioned when this budget was proposed, it still will be a huge improvement. I mean, I really think even visually to have a new surface, new paint, new lines, new nets, it will be an improvement. Nowhere near where we want to be, of course, but I think it's better than nothing, in my opinion.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Andrea. I also agree. Whatever will be done will be an improvement because it looks bad. And I also think it's a chicken and egg. The tennis players. For that previous meeting, I looked up information about tennis also being a growing sport, not as crazy as pickleball, but it's and especially young people. More and more young people play tennis, and but I think if it gets approved today, this can be done pretty soon. The resurfacing.
Yes, we should be able to do it pretty quickly. The only thing to take into account is weather and not necessarily rain, but temperature.
Temperature.
So they have to, pour the surface at a time when the temperature is right. I don't know those numbers off the top of my head. But other than that, I think we should be able to make it happen fairly quickly.
Yes, which is exciting.
Yes.
And I also asked questions about maintenance in my emails with Andrea. And Public Works will maintain every week, blow, do the trash, and if necessary, they will power wash it. And of course, this is one example that needs to be added to the long-term maintenance plan so that we can replace the service in the future for our children, grandchildren, without having to go through this same process of, boy, suddenly it's falling apart. So, and one question for a city manager, I think the liability, this is the United States where people sue. At the moment, it's owned by the school district and they maintain. Is the city liable at the moment we do work there, or already the steps that are not really there? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Sorry. Yeah. I said no. Sorry. Yeah. It's probably
So,
more a city attorney.
I don't know. I
Yes.
don't know because I haven't looked at any agreement that we may have with the school district. So I don't know what may spell out.
Or may not
So-
have.
Yes. Or does it switch? Does it change the moment we do work there as a city? I don't know.
I don't know the answer to that question off the top of my head. Usually that is spelled out in an agreement.
This is something we can look into.
Yes.
Yes.
And do we have a written agreement yet?
We have an MOU that is very outdated and we've been in conversation and both MPUSD and the city is eager to update that agreement because it is very outdated.
That's like the 2006 agreement, something like that.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, let's go to Councilmember. Do you have something here?
Yeah, there's one other thing that's kind of tied to this, and it gets back to the city park at the dunes. And part of that design is the direction from the council right now is 2 tennis courts, 2 pickleball courts. However, if we're able to do the 2 tennis courts here at Los Arblas, then that would change to 6 pickleball courts. And so whatever decision we make here will impact the decision on that. And they're working on getting that 100% design. So we kind of have a timeline crunch on that. So this ties in directly to that park.
Thank you.
So the proof is kind of in the pudding that we wanted to be sure that the tennis courts were going in. Are we sure if we allocate this money tonight, or do we still need to wait to make sure they happen? Because things happen between landowners and, if we say tonight, let's build the 6 pickleball courts at the Dune City Park, and if for some reason something happens here, when will we be sure that this is going to happen the way we envision? What would you say?
Yeah, that was kind of why we wanted to get this from the council tonight. So if the council does approve this, then we know that the tennis courts will be going in up here. The council wants to delay it, then we'll continue on with City Park at Dunes of 2 tennis and 2 pickleball down there.
Yeah, I would think we'd have to delay this at least until we have an agreement with the school district, because right now we have money but no permission to go onto their land and do this. But okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I don't feel comfortable approving work on it. I mean, even though we have the funding set aside already, that we shouldn't even start working until we have an agreement, because the liability issue is critical. I don't want to see us go down that path again. We put all the money in and then we either assume liability for the work we've done when it's owned by the school district. It doesn't make sense. I really feel strongly that we need to have the agreement signed.
And if they refuse to indemnify us, if someone gets hurt on the tennis courts, then what do? We have to talk about that, right?
Then we go back to making our own decisions about the dunes. And I'm sorry to say, we'll either build tennis courts there or do some combination, but I don't think that should drive, our decision without an agreement.
All right. So city manager, do you think we're endangering the design of the Dune City Park?
We still have a couple months there. So I think we're okay.
Okay. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought that Dunes City Park, that those courts that are going to be constructed there could still be restriped for one or the other.
You're correct. The design will be a little bit different, but again, I think we have enough time to play with that.
But even if they can be constructed as tennis courts and striped for the smaller pickleballs, and you still have the option to restripe for tennis, if for some reason the agreement with the school doesn't
Falls
work out, or yes,
Or
that's
would
what
they
I always
be-
thought.
Would they be a different orientation, different size?
And
If they're going to be 4 pickleball courts instead of 2 tennis courts?
The footprint is the same and surfacing will be towards the end of the project. They'll pour everything first, but as Lane said, I think we do have some time. I think we're at about 30% design on dunes right now. So I think there's time, and I don't think it's hugely impactful because the footprint is going to be the same regardless of how we stripe them.
Anything more,
Thank you.
Elizabeth?
No, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? Elizabeth?
Like to make a motion to postpone, the decision about resurfacing the courts at Los Arboles until an agreement has been reached with the Monterey Peninsula Unified School Districts and liability issues have been researched.
I second.
Can I, just for discussion, can we ask the city attorney, do you feel like there's any liability there? I mean, it seems like people have been using this for decades and there hasn't been an issue.
I think if there's not anything covered by the MOU, I think we'd probably want something in there to make clear what the liability is between the school district and the city of Marina.
Okay, thank you.
I mentioned that I bicycle by there a lot, and I'm surprised at how many people play tennis there with bad conditions. And I know that more experienced tennis players would not be caught dead playing there. So if we see an improvement in the playing, it's not because there wasn't people that didn't want to play there now. It's just that it wasn't up to snuff now. But I see people of all ages. I see coaches giving lessons. I'm surprised when I see people playing there, but it's not an infrequent surprise. I see probably about 4 people a week playing there. A couple times a week, I see people. Now, Kathy lives even closer, and I think you see less people than I do playing there. Yeah, but I'm a tennis player, so I always look. I mean, I'm clued in, and I'm glad to see people playing there as often as they do, especially since it's in such bad condition. It's really kind of neat. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. So that passed unanimously with the 4 of us present. And we move on to our public hearings. First one about sea level rise amendments to our local coastal program.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. I'm Allison Hunter. I'm the planning manager for the city of Marina. And I'm just going to do a quick overview and then I'll introduce Dave Revel, our consultant. He will be doing the bulk of the presentation, but I just wanted to say we're super excited to be here tonight. It's been a long haul through many iterations and ups and downs. The city started working on this in 2017. And here we are. Yay.
Wow.
Also, just to kind of set the stage for your discussion tonight about the geographic area that these proposals will actually occur in. It's actually a very small area of our coastal zone. There are several maps in all of your documents that show the designated hazard zone. So the city has about 3 miles of coastline, and then the hazard zone is a strip that goes, perpendicular to the ocean, obviously. But it does not affect all the properties in the coastal zone. So just kind of setting the stage there.
A perpendicular or parallel?
I probably said perpendicular, but I meant parallel. So one of the important things that we also wanted to point out is we did a lot of outreach, especially with the property owner stakeholders within this area. Four or three of the major property owners within the hazard zone are public entities. The Marina Coast Water District, the Regional Park District, and state parks, of course, Marina State Parks. And through these stakeholder meetings, we learned that all of these entities and the one private entity within this area that we spoke to, which is the Sanctuary Resort, all not only had major concerns with our approach, but they all have their own permitting that requires them to follow their own conditions of approval, all of which state they cannot do their own shoreline protection. So that occurs on several of those properties. So that's a major justification to why we are now proposing this pretty bold move to propose that we not include any shoreline protection devices in our hazards and sea level rise policies and implementation measures. And we do expect that when we submit this to the Coastal Commission for certification after your council takes action, that we will have a little pushback from them, because we're actually going further than the Coastal Act goes in terms of shoreline protection and maintaining beach access. So when Dave Revel comes up, he's going to touch on all of the science, of course, that goes into all of this. He's not going to go into detail unless you have specific questions, but our big existing conditions and sea level rise assessment report and social vulnerability assessment have been out since October in the public realm, and you've had access to that. And then he will give an overview of the proposed land use policies and implementation measures. And then, of course, we can go into detail if you have specific questions on those. I do want to point out that you have received 2 letters. One is from Coastal Commission staff, just iterating the correspondence that city staff and coastal staff have had that helped kind of formulate their response to our draft. And then another one from CalAm's attorney, but we're not going to talk about CalAm tonight, but only in the sample that in their coastal development permit issued by the Coastal Commission, it also includes a very important condition that prohibits them from further shoreline protection. So we used Coastal Commission's own language as part of our justification for moving this forward. So a little procedural item just for clarity. If the council takes action tonight and says we adopt these policies and implementation measures, staff will prepare the submittal packet that will go to the Coastal Commission for ultimate certification. We don't have any control over that time frame. That could take a couple of months. It could take 2.5 years. We don't know. But once, if the Coastal Commission certifies it as is, it will have to come back to the City Council for, again, final City Council certification. If the Coastal Commission does not accept the changes, the amendments that we're proposing, and they submit a modified version back to your City Council, the City Council does not have to adopt that, but it all kind of dies at that time unless we can figure out a way to move it forward with modifications. But that's kind of the procedure after this point. I will be up here to answer questions, but at this point I want to introduce Dave Revel of Integral Consulting, who has been working with the city on this effort since the very beginning, 2017. And I think that's it. I'm going to turn it over and he's going to go through the big presentation.
Good evening, council members, mayor. Good to see many of you again. Really glad to be here. It's been a long haul to get this far. The Coastal Commission has taken note of the work that the little town of Marina is doing, and really you stand to set a precedence in the state if this is accepted as being a jurisdiction that wants to be more protective of coastal resources than the Coastal Act requires. And that's as far as I know, unprecedented. So you started a lot of this ball rolling when you declared CEMEX as a public nuisance and allowed that settlement agreement to occur. And that got you the first grant. So hopefully I can figure out this device. There we go. Okay. Is it possible to take out the participants online? Just to maximize the screen. Thank you. So the local coastal program update, this is focused solely on coastal hazards. It's two components in the LCP, the land use plan, which outlines the policies that try and interpret the Coastal Act statewide legislation into local policies that fit the ground and conditions within the city. The Coastal Commission, it ties in some of the policies in the general plan and other policies, and then develops this into a land use plan policies, again, focused on coastal hazards for this amendment. The Coastal Commission has granted a lot of funding for this type of work in recent years. The second component of the LCP is the implementation plan, and that's details on how to implement those policies, zoning, and more specifics about how to evaluate permits when they come in the door. Really quick background, the first version of the local coastal program as required by the Coastal Act was certified by the city in 1982. It has been amended various times up to 2009. The Coastal Commission started, and the state really started to dive in around 2008, 2009 into investigating sea level rise. That came out in a variety of different scientific publications, state science guidance, and Coastal Commission LCP guidance on how to integrate sea level rise considerations into planning for sea level rise impacts in the local coastal programs. Currently, the Marina LCP does not include anything about sea level rise and almost nothing on adaptation. So the 2024 guidance, which came out, considers up to 5 feet by around 2100. I should note that all of this work that I've been working on has been grant funded from the Coastal Commission to the city in 3 phases. So the first phase was about 85,000 to do what got us through the work in 2020. We had a very exciting hearing with both the Planning Commission and the City Council members in attendance on a joint workshop. And it got recommended to move to Planning Commission to start going through adoption. And that's when we got sidetracked with COVID. We got a second grant, which let us include a social vulnerability assessment and updating some of the science and stuff, and really getting into the details to get us here to tonight. And then the third grant, which was recently received and work has started last year, which is a comprehensive local coastal program update, which will include other aspects of the LCP, including environmentally sensitive habitats, access, and other aspects that we'll be talking more about in the coming year. So really we're focused only on the entire coastal zone. And if you look at this map up here, the hatched areas are the areas that are within the coastal zone, and the bold dashed line is the city boundary. You can see it really affects those properties primarily west of Highway 1, with a few insights under Reservation Road, a few parcels on the inland side of Reservation Road. Several of these oceanfront properties, and I'm bringing up another map here, if I can. This is a map of kind of ownership. Everything in green is public lands. And if you look on west of Highway 1, you see the Cemex property and you see the Sanctuary Beach Resort. Those are the two private parcels that are primarily affected in that hazard zone. Two of these properties have no future armoring conditions already assigned to those developments. So we're not taking anybody who doesn't know what the rules are that apply to those parcels. This one takes a second. So this is a story, one slide sort of looking at the timeline. Again, there's been 3 phases. The first one, we started back in 2017, where we talked just about what sea level rise was, the science, the hazards, how we were going to approach the vulnerabilities. All of that work has gone on. We had our first workshop presenting those draft vulnerability results. We worked at workshop number 2, really identifying what the vision and goals are for the shoreline of Marina. This was working a lot very closely with EMC Planning, who has also been in the trenches on this since the beginning. Workshop number 3, we looked at adaptation alternatives, talked about what the trade-offs are between certain types of armoring or nourishment, for example. And then policy discussion at workshop 4, where we really drilled down and sort of looked at what the city wanted to do. And Managed Retreat came out very strongly in that. There was a great LA Times article that was written following that final workshop in January 2020. And then again, COVID hit and everything kind of stopped. And so in 2022, city planning and Integral sort of came back together with the city and helped get another grant to continue this work. And we have been slowly chipping away at the LCP policies. We've had public workshops in October of last year. We had our first planning commission hearing in 2023, planning commission in November of 2023. We got comments from Coastal Commission, which made us sort of reevaluate things. We were getting ready to go to city council, and the city sort of said, hey, wait a minute, this now allows for armoring. And so we went back to not the drawing board, but we revised those policies to remove any ability to armor the coast of Marina. And we brought that back then in December of last year to Planning Commission, and now we are here today. Along the way, we've done the social vulnerability. All of these different reports in orange over there have been gone through, reviewed, workshopped, and discussed, and are available on the website. The December 14th, 2023 Planning Commission hearing, we added a definition to clarify existing development. This is a big piece in some of the statewide discussions around development on the coast. Some people say existing development is existing at the time they come in for a permit. The Coastal Commission has ruled and was recently upheld in an appellate court case that the date of existing development is defined as when the Coastal Act began implemented in January 1st, 1977. And so that is what the definition, and Planning Commission added that in 2023. But there included some allowance for armoring based on the city leadership. They kind of said, no, we want that. We sort of upheld that original guidance from 2020. And we removed that and updated both the LUP and the IP to preclude any future armoring, and have had multiple rounds of discussion with Coastal Commission staff and trying to find common ground. And right now, the ones before you would really take a precedent setting approach. And force the Coastal Commission to really contemplate whether a jurisdiction can be more protective of resources than the state. And I think that's an interesting discussion to have. So I'm going to highlight very quickly some of the vulnerability assessment highlights because I haven't told you about them in a number of years. They haven't changed, but dune erosion is the biggest threat to the city of Marina, and it can impact today if we have a series of large wave events, which we have seen in the last couple of years. 50 acres of dunes could potentially be eroded. One of the beach water supply wells held by the Marina Coast Water District. For the buildings at the Marina Coast Water District facility at the end of Reservation Road and portions of the Marina State Beach parking lot. There's already parts from stormwater runoff that undermine that corner. But that's something that can be mitigated without armoring. And they've been doing that for quite a while. Without any adaptation, and that's an important thing to note, that if erosion continues and these big storms continue, with 1 foot of sea level rise, erosion could affect the buildings, begin to affect the buildings at the Sanctuary Beach Resort and Marina State Beach Restroom and co-located pump station. With 2 feet of sea level rise, erosion could affect the entire parking lot at Marina State Beach, as well as the access roads to Sanctuary Beach Resort and the Marina Coast Water District. And with 5 feet of sea level rise, erosion could affect 150 acres of dune habitat, 26 buildings at the Sanctuary Beach Resort, and all of the Marina Coast Water District facility. There's a series of maps in here, and what I wanted to highlight is with 5 feet of sea level rise, 22 parcels and 32 structures on 275 acres across the city could be impacted. Again, we talked about the ownership primarily in public agencies. As part of the social vulnerability assessment, really Marina has seen a huge change from the Fort Ord residential community and a decline in population between 1990 to 2000. And then as CSUMB redeveloped, became a much more diverse, affordable housing, significant visitor serving development with 3 hotels and an RV park. It has the highest diversity index in Monterey County, including Asian, Black, and Latinx. A third of the population has been identified as low income. Beach access and parking are crucial to maintain. Oceanfront parking is critical for both disabled and elderly to view the ocean. And parking is at a premium during busy times. There's limited access and parking. 8 of the coastal access points, there's 8 coastal access points within the city and only 10% are within a half mile of the coast. Beautiful hiking, not super accessible for those with disability or seniors who don't get around as well, or mobility issues. The main parking at Reservation Road has about 50 spots, and Fort Ord State Park, which is technically just outside the city boundary, has 80 spots. The Cemex sand mine has finally ceased mining. Erosion rates are anticipated to be declining, and I should have mentioned that erosion assessment included the assumption that reduction in sand mining would reduce erosion rates. So we have accounted for that in the LCP policies and in the vulnerability assessment. That site was identified under the settlement agreement to provide coastal access and have that land transferred to a public interest agency or entity. That future is still uncertain and that has yet to occur. There is a remediation plan for removing some of the access roads and some of the facility there, but that's still working its way through its habitat conservation plan currently. The council did rezone the Cemex property to habitat and open space in the general plan, but has not yet been certified in the local coastal program, although that is something we're definitely going to be tackling in the forthcoming comprehensive update. We have done substantial stakeholder outreach, both tabling events, but targeted outreach to California state parks, the Sanctuary Beach Resort, Marina Coast Water District, and the Monterey Peninsula Regional Parks District. As Allison mentioned, two of these permits that are bolded up here, the Sanctuary Beach Resort and the Marina Coast Water District, have no future armoring conditions. One was placed by the Coastal Commission on the Sanctuary Beach Resort, and the city placed on the Marina Coast Water District on their well. So moving to adaptation, and again, this is a very high level piece, but again, I can go into a lot more detail as needed. There's sort of many ways to address adaptation. The goal here in Marina is to reduce erosion rates and to not allow coastal armoring, and eventually to relocate threatened development and infrastructure. There are options that we've kind of sifted through. There's the do nothing. There is a protect, and the great example, I have better pictures of those. Accommodate is adding setbacks or elevating things. And then there's various hybrids. There are projects in many cities, they are building structures or conducting massive beach nourishments like San Diego County to try and protect infrastructure and provide recreation. And then there's policy approaches, which is really what Marina is doing now. And honestly has been with some of the permit conditions in the past. So for every adaptation strategy, there's secondary impacts. There's construction costs, maintenance costs, ecological impacts to the beach and dune habitats, recreational access limits, changes to views, aesthetics. The slide on the far right shows what happens as sea level rises and you have a revetment in place. First of all, you bury a part of the beach, and then as sea level rises, that dry sand beach gets narrower and narrower and narrower until you don't have any dry sand, you have a wet sand. Eventually that's gone and you start to really take away even sort of surfing and diving and surfing recreation. So coastal armoring on eroding coasts harms habitats, ecology, and impacts access and recreation. The best example is just down the coast. It's still formerly Stillwell Hall. In 2002, when it was when the military base shut down and they sort of were moving it around, they removed that coastal armoring revetment and they removed the officers club. Within just 3 years, the beach in front came back and you were able to walk along the beach past that same site. The policies as they're written are not saying you can't do anything if things are eroding. One of the big things that we're highlighting is an opportunistic sand use program or beach nourishment program. This is a program to facilitate the placement of clean beach sand to offset sand losses from erosion or to really stop an erosion hotspot. The potential sources could be from inland development in the dunes, flood control projects in other regional jurisdictions, harbor dredging. There is a regional program currently in existence that was set up by the city of Monterey on behalf of Southern Monterey Bay communities. And they are using that permit and program to place some of the dredge sands out at the La Playa townhomes to help reduce erosion at that. But there are a number of sites that were identified in both the environmental review documentation and permitting and program development across the bay, including sites potentially at Reservation Road. And as part of this comprehensive local coastal program update, we do have funding to take what Monterey has done, think about how it would apply here in Marina, frequency, how much sand could be placed, when it could be placed, how it could be placed, and try and fit that program to the community and city of Marina, and then go through the environmental permitting process so that when an erosion hotspot happens, we have something that we can actually do on quick response that will already be permitted. And that program will take input from the community as we develop that. So I'm going to give you a very high level policy overview. There's a lot more detail. I'm hoping we don't have to go line by line through that, or we might be here for a long time, but happy to do that as well and take questions. So the overview of the policy approach is really to update some of those definitions. I talked about that existing development definition. There's some other definitions that we've updated. Be very, very clear that it's going to be no future coastal armoring and that the city is going to support managed retreat to protect habitat access and recreation. And that using opportunistic nourishment and or living shoreline approaches would be required before relocating. You know, this is not an evacuation. I'm not saying everybody move right now, but we're going to monitor and observe where erosion's happening and when certain things need to be relocated before they end up as a big mess on the beach. The way we're implementing that is for a coastal hazard dune erosion zone, which is one of the first figures in the proposed LCP documents. And there's a screening level that the county plan or the city planning staff can look at when a development permit comes in. And that triggered, if you're in that screening zone, then that requires additional reporting by the applicant. Within that, and monitoring requirements if the CDP is approved. So the first is a sea level rise and coastal hazard report. That will detail out erosion trends and sort of hazards that might be affected and how that proposed development would sort of try and avoid hazards and look at adaptation to maximize the life expectancy of that development. In addition, they would be looking to develop a coastal hazard response plan. And that identifies sort of what the retreat plan is. What's the timing of that? How are you going to fund that? What do you do with the debris? Where does the debris go? Is there hazardous materials on site? How do you keep that from getting into the environment? There's also a deed restriction that would be assigned for those coastal development permits that acknowledge the liabilities and restrictions on the applicant. And then if there is any kind of setback required, that would be a 75-year erosion setback using historic erosion rates that is then accelerated by sea level rise. I don't want to, there's a lot, first of all, as I go into this, there's a lot of words on this. I'm not going to read them all. The 1982 definition of existing development that's certified in the LCP has been moved and by the Planning Commission in 2022 at that, or 23. Sorry, my eyes are getting blurry at this hour. And we have proposed, working with the Coastal Commission, several new revised definitions. One is development, one is existing development, and one is redevelopment. And so those are in there. Again, there's a lot of words, but the intent is to distinguish development that existed before the Coastal Act, which has certain rights unless they have made cumulative changes since the passage of the Coastal Act. And then they would fall under a redevelopment definition, which then requires them to meet all these proposed policies. This is the map that is the coastal dune erosion hazard zone. This includes long-term dune erosion that has been reduced from sand mining to a more naturalized erosion rate, and then includes a storm damage impact from a 100-year storm wave erosion event. And we map that using 1, 2, and 5 feet of sea level rise that are proposed, with 5 feet being sort of an intermediate scenario of occurring by 2100 in the next 75 years or so. We have also proposed in the implementation plans, monitoring of erosion dune crest distance to structures and different assets and infrastructure. State Park, we identified the parking distance between that dune crest and the parking lot, the dune crest and the restroom, the Marina Coast Water District buildings, Sanctuary Beach Resort buildings, and then sort of any of the water supply infrastructure that may be affected in the future. There is the well at the the Marina Coast Water District has a slant well out on the beach right now. And this is, 1972 to last September. You can kind of see some pretty dramatic changes in the dunes here. And then I apologize. This didn't make it in your packet perfectly. Councilwoman Biala asked about adaptation pathways, so I kind of threw this in at the last minute. But this has, it is an example of how we've kind of arrived at at these policies. Right now, we're sort of transitioning out of sand mining. That protection alone by reducing erosion rates is going to buy a lot more time to these. That's just stopped in the last couple of years. So we really haven't seen the full magnitude of that reduced erosion rate here on how fast the dunes are going to continue to erode. We're going to be looking at then implementing this opportunistic beach nourishment program. So when there is, or a living shoreline approach, when there are an erosion hotspot where some of the dunes or the Marina Coast Water District may get past one of these identified distances, where we could come in and nourish that specific erosion hotspot so that additional storms that winter would hopefully not cause further damage. Living shorelines, we've had some great success up in Santa Cruz using driftwood in the sand dunes. Dune restoration's been done, Salinas River mouth. State Parks, working on a project with State Parks right now to identify living shoreline approaches, design templates, and getting them kind of pre-approved for application. So we're trying to find things that will help reduce erosion, stop storm damage, and buy time as these coastal hazard response plans are created and identified. And ultimately, we'll start to identify where sites could retreat to. I know that there's some work right now with State Parks as they're sort of leasing from the city, one of the maintenance yards, as they're doing some reconstruction. We're in active dialogue with all of those partners that have been identified. And then this coastal hazard response plan really is to identify non-coastal armoring adaptation alternatives to avoid hazards as long as possible. So the setbacks and things like that, reduce erosion with the opportunistic beach nourishment, and then eventually relocate. The specifics in that will require timelines for implementation. How long is it going to take you to, move this, make sure there's no debris, do the restoration, identify permit and environmental review requirements, monitoring locations and the specific triggers that will say, hey, at this point, you need to start thinking about relocating and implementing the plan you already wrote. And you have already identified, living shoreline treatments. And then once it gets to a removal relocation trigger, identify where it's going to go, if it's going to be moved, where you're going to dispose of the debris and deal with any hazardous waste. And then finally, also identify the costs and funding and have the landowner acknowledge that fiscal responsibility as well as implementing this plan. So the next steps are to discuss among us all tonight. And then once this is hopefully adopted here, then as Allison mentioned, that it will be packaged up and submitted to the Coastal Commission, hopefully sometime this spring. And we'll continue working on the beach nourishment as well as the rest of the local coastal program comprehensive update, trying to weave these coastal hazard policies into the rest of the local coastal program. So before questions and pausing, I do want to give a pause. Polaris Kinnison Brown, who started this journey with us, passed in 2023. She was a visionary, great community activist. Her husband, Tevin, is in the audience. He used to be the entire planning department of Marina for a short bit when everybody left, and he stayed. She's missed. Her fingerprints are all over this. Some of the figures, the vision and goal statement in the LCP, and she's watching. So thank you for that moment. Questions? I'm done. And the next slides get a lot more wordy. Okay.
All right. So Dave, our policy, when there's comes time for question, we go to the public first.
Sure. Okay.
So did you expect to have 2 comment periods?
No.
One now and then one when you're finished?
No.
So when you're,
I'm done. Well, if there are. Where'd you go? There you are. I'm like, you can't leave me now.
Yeah, if there are questions of the council wanting any more details on the policies or implementation, we can either take public comment before we go to that. That's kind of your normal process for question and answer deliberation.
so I see the screen. Does that mean there's more information or only if we ask for it?
Only if you ask for it. That it goes through the individual policies and implementation.
That are
pieces one
provided
at
in
a
your
time.
staff report.
They're in the publicly available.
Yeah.
Documents that have been out for a better part of a year.
All right.
And workshopped, but yes. So
Thank
now
you.
questions.
All right. So let's,
Public comments.
so anyone here in the room that wants to comment on this, we'll start with you. And then we'll go to those folks that are remote watchers tonight. Come on up.
Hi, Christine again. My question was more specifically regarding Highway 1, because the dunes are, what blocks the waves, and the waves have been pretty crazy with recent storms. I don't know if that was part of the calculations and what went into the erosion data. Oh, okay. Sorry. But I just had concerns about Highway 1 and access to roads to get onto the freeway, and if the plan is inclusive of potentially other on-ramps, and if the residences that are near there would potentially be impacted either by those erosions or the retreat plan, the talk of moving those recreational areas back could potentially back into some housing that might not have initially been part of that plan. So just trying to raise that since I'm potentially impacted and I want to see more maps. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get to all these questions as soon as public comment's over. Anyone else here in the room that wants to give us their comment?
Howard Gustafson, I'm a geologist too, and my expertise was igneous petrology and paleontology of marine invertebrates and paleoecology of the marine invertebrates. I can tell you every mass extinction in the history of this earth. But I know the armoring won't work. The Army tried it forever at the Soldiers Club, the Stillwell Hall. I worked there as a kid, 1968. And but as far as the sea level rise, the ice has been melting for 22,000 years. I mean, with the peak of the ice age, which we are still in. And I just don't believe, I think we're reaching towards the end. And if anything, we have to worry about in the next few thousand years is the ice returning. And when it does return, Yosemite will be gone. But I don't believe those sea level rise numbers and the heights of 5 feet, 2 feet, and that when we haven't experienced in 100 years, but what, maybe a centimeter rise? And we won't be alive if there's ever a rise like that. Our grandchildren won't be alive. Your great-great-grandchildren won't be alive. Geology moves so slow, except for volcanoes, tsunamis, and earthquakes. So you're not going to experience all of this disaster you're thinking. I see the erosion on the beach. I've experienced it. I've seen it. I like the idea of adding something to the beach, possibly that could help, but relocation is probably the best option for these buildings when it does reach a maximum point. I think we're pretty much there myself, but a lot of people do not. And I worked with British Petroleum. I was hired out of college by British Petroleum as an exploration geologist. So I do know about the sea level. I've been following it, and of course, because my interest is paleoecology, the marine invertebrates, and the past life forms. So I do enjoy it. I still read the GSA articles that come to me. I belong to all the organizations still, and there's not much consensus in it. And I'd be careful about anything resorting to when you're talking about feet and sea level rise. And thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here want to comment before we go to the remote users? Okay, anyone at home or outside of here want to remote in with their comments? Just raise your hand. We'll close public comment in just a moment. All right. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff. Frankly, for taking such a bold and progressive approach to this. I think I've been involved for quite a while, and I think there's always been kind of an air of excitement about our approach to our marine and all of our policies. And I think that sense of excitement, I think, it carries through to today. So thank you for that. I don't know that I have enough time in the night to give you accolades, so I'm going to focus on my criticisms. And the biggest one that I have is my limited understanding, and maybe you can affirm this, is that coastal armoring really not only benefits us, but frankly benefits our neighbors. Would you say that that's true? So it prevents erosion up and down the coast as well?
Councilmember McCarthy, Planning Commission asked a similar question. I said, you armor, so there's many ways sand gets to the beach. One of them is through the dune erosion. There's a significant volume of sand that is contributed to the beach that keeps the beach wide when erosion happens. If you stop that erosion, you're starving the beach. Somebody said, what happens if, Seaside and Sand City all armor? How are we going to be affected? I said, everybody is going to be flocking here because you're going to have the last beaches in southern Monterey Bay. If you armor the coast over time, it will disappear. And so you will be starving your neighbors and jurisdictions of that sand that would normally be supplied to the beach during events.
So if that's true, if all of our neighbors armored, why wouldn't they be starving our beaches of sand?
They would be, but because you're taking a managed retreat approach, they would have no beaches and everybody likes to go to the beach. So everybody would come to Marina.
Okay.
So your economic development would be really successful.
So I'll cut to the chase then and ask, I see in the staff report, it says that one of the coastal commission policies is maximization of agency coordination. And so my question is why isn't there a hazard or a statement in here that talks a little bit more about how we interface with these other communities that may or may not armor, and when and if they do, try to explain how that impacts or doesn't impact us? And is it too late to put something like that in there or to have that discussion?
There's a couple of different opportunities to engage with them. One is through this opportunistic beach nourishment program that is going to require regional efforts. There may be supply in different jurisdictions. Right now we talk about those agencies, we talk about the entities that could be affected within the city. I don't see why we couldn't add, our neighbors to the north and south or in southern Monterey Bay. I think that's completely appropriate and a nice friendly amendment.
Okay, yeah, so just to the council, I guess, I think it's a fantastic report, but I would be interested in adding something that says, hey, in the future, we will coordinate with, if Sand City decides to armor their entire coast, that as a policy, as a city, we will stand up and at least say something, right? Obviously, we don't have jurisdiction, but we will as a policy, try to educate them as to how that impacts us and our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And I forgot, so I want to take a step backward. We had a couple of questions from our public comment. Christine Benson asked, is Highway 1, the on-ramps to Highway 1 and the residential areas near Highway 1, are those protected with our plan?
So those areas were not identified to be at risk to erosion. There was a potential during a major storm event after 5 feet of sea level rise and dune erosion that there could be some subsequent flooding, that wave flooding that overtops the dunes, washes down Reservation Road and temporarily pools at the low-lying areas there, inland, underneath the freeway and just inland.
Does that include going up Cardoso Avenue? I think I saw a flood map where,
I would have to look at the specifics. Those maps are available in the report, and we can certainly, look at those, but it would not be sustained flooding. It would be temporary during, a major wave event.
okay. Thank you. So now let's go back to council comments. Kathy Biala, council member.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several comments, so you might have to hold me to the 10 minutes. But first, 2 pieces of good news. One, back in 2020 from the LA Times, there was a big article about us and it featured our mayor and David Ravel. It says, most California cities refuse to retreat from rising seas. One town wants to know how it's done. And that was Marina, and that was done by Roxana Shi, February 24th, 2020 in the LA Times. So we did get some good positive strokes for that. Also, I worked with Dr. Ed Thornton from the Post-Naval Graduate School, and he did the studies on erosion on our Monterey Bay. And just piece of good news is that he predicted once the sand mining stopped in Marina, which we fought very hard for, that there would be 6 to 7 feet of accretion on our beaches. So that, as you say, sort of mitigates some of the sea level rise. It's not probably a 1-to-1 kind of thing, but at least it helps. So I want to just quickly go over some minor kinds of things. Okay, the first one is that this is, and they're not labeled, but the land use plan. On the first page under the background, it says the pending cessation of sand mining, and we need to change that because in 2017, the cease and desist order from the Coastal Commission happened. December 31st, 2020, all sand mining extraction had to cease. And then in December 2023, we wound down all operations and basically CMEX has stopped. So I think that it's a monumental achievement. And I would like to see some kind of verbiage about how that happened, because people then in the future forget how difficult of a thing that was and how triumphant we really were. Also on that same section, again, page 4, you have all of the pictures that you showed on here, but there's so little on here and they're so important. This is the ones on the dune erosion comparisons. And could you please put each one of these graphs on a separate page, because you can't even see the legend, you can't read them, and they're hugely important. So if you could please do that. Also, the general plan vision statement. You still have our old one, and it really bugs me to see that we're primarily a bedroom community. That's our old, we're redoing our general plan, and it's going to be completely different. I would not want to see this beautiful document talking about Marina as a bedroom community as our aspiration. That's just not right. So if you could kind of hold off or get some newer copies of what we envision ourselves, that would be great. Okay, and then I just want to point out that the whole issue of a lack of armoring is in the hazard -6, and I want to just point out that that is just revolutionary. It says shoreline protection devices, including blah, 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 shall not be allowed in the city of Marina. We couldn't say it better and more emphatically, and I'm just so pleased that you and Allison and Guido have really brought these kind of things to us, and multiple times. So then those are the sort of the minor things. Then I do want to say that on page 2 of the implementation plan, this is under 2B. You do talk about the site of the former wastewater treatment plant, MCWD. Could you also add about the small desal plant for MCWD? Because that's there, it's going to be, taken out of the mothballs and it's might even starting already to be used, but we need to document that, I think. Okay. And my biggest comment is on the beach nourishment. I brought this comment up maybe 2 years ago, and it really still concerns me. And this is both F on beach nourishment is encouraged using sand from the Monterey Bay Opportunistic Beach Nourishment Program and in areas identified as erosion hotspots. And then G, the city of Marina shall identify a number of receiver sites to participate in, complete an environmental review document to participate in the Monterey Bay Opportunistic Beach Nourishment. My comment back then was, because it had already been started, apparently there was that's what shocked me. I'd never heard of it, but people from, I don't know where, they were already looking at our beaches to dump a lot of excess sand. And, even on our marina dunes, the huge sort of slope there, oftentimes I think that was dumped from somewhere else because it's not good sand. It's darker than the rest. I don't want that kind of sand that's not consistent with what we have already to be dumped on our beaches. And so when that was mentioned 2 years ago, and now I see it formalized here, I'm really concerned. Marina has to be at the table. We have to know that we're not just the one site or two sites, and that everybody else feels that they can put their sand that they're storing on our beaches without us having knowledge of, absolute ability to say no thank you if we don't want to. So I have concerns about this. I really do. So if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, council member, you bring up a number of good points. Some of that is sort of a testament to how long we've been working on it, and we've finished documents and moving on. So we can certainly go back and clean up a couple things. And I know Allison's been taking some good notes, so I don't have to remember it all. I do want to talk about the Monterey Bay Beach Nourishment Program. That came out of work that I was involved with Dr. Thornton beginning in like 2007. And we were talking about how do we do this? How do we get the sand that's trapped inland that's no longer getting to the beach because of highways and disrupted physical processes. The regional program that the city of, was to be run through AMBAG, and AMBAG kind of stopped being an effective and engaged in a lot of the sediment management discussions. And so the city of Monterey picked up the program because there was funding to get the environmental documents done. There's a tremendous amount of research and reporting and stuff that we can leverage here that talks about grain sizes, color, distributions of them, because you have much coarser sand here than it right next, at Del Monte Beach, for example. So all of that's categorized in the technical documentation and the receiver sites. That program could never be implemented in Marina until we do this work that's coming up in the next few months to say, this is what we will tolerate. This is what we won't tolerate. This is how frequently, this is where, this is the volume, this is the color, the sand grain size. We get to do all that here and customize that program for here and take that along with all the documentation that has already been through the environmental review and basically say, we want to use this environmental documentation and this project description.
Within our own
Within
jurisdiction.
your own
Okay,
jurisdiction.
so what?
You have complete control of that program.
Great, because that wasn't clear when I first heard of this.
Right.
It was from somewhere else and we're going, what? Who's doing what to us?
The city of Monterey did you a
Okay.
huge favor and is going to save you a ton of money. And by doing all the background, scientific investigations, permitting, environmental review, we just post it once we get the project description and the program and, some of the details ironed out for the city. And then it can be approved within probably 45 days.
Great.
On the, you mentioned that there's the hard sand and the soft sand. Marina is special for many reasons. One of them is it's one of the few places in California you can see two placements of dunes. So when sea level's low, you get a lot more wind building a lot higher dunes. Usually the next sea level rise, drop and or fall and rise erodes those dunes. Marina was so stable back then that that hard stuff is just a much older dune sand that's been compacted more. And so it started to develop some soils, and so it's
Yeah, it looked like
more
soil.
like dirt.
Yeah, it is.
Soil,
It is.
all it
Ah,
needs.
okay,
It's
but that's a
sediment.
natural process.
So it is old dunes, but that's something we can be like, we're not trying to replace the paleo dunes, the older dunes, but this newer
Got it.
dune sand. So
Got it.
that's the kind of flexibility we can build into this program.
Okay.
So I will make sure that you have input into that.
Okay, because when it says Monterey Bay opportunistic,
Yeah.
that was bringing
Right.
flashbacks of what
And-
was
and
told.
that just means that if Sand City does a huge hotel
Right.
development on the dunes, instead of just, trucking it off to the landfill, they can see who needs the sand. They can push the sand onto the
Okay.
beach, but there's testing, there's requirements before nobody's just gonna,
Right.
clean out a flood control channel and come dump it at the end of
Right.
the reservation.
Yeah, as long as we're at the table and as long
absolutely.
as shall doesn't mean we have to participate if we
No,
don't want to.
But I think you really want to.
Okay, yes, we do. Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
You showed earlier one of the first slides of the coastal zone boundaries. It excluded Lock Padden Park, I believe. And it's confusing to me because in the past I was told Lock Padden Park is not part of the coastal zone. And then, I'm sorry,
It's there. I remember
can
we
you go
had
to
it-
your map that was
Yeah,
on your
I'm trying
first
to get there.
slides?
So,
Dave, you need to talk into the mic.
All points.
So I know at one of the 2017 to 2020 joint hearings, you brought up a similar issue, and we have double, triple, quadruple checked that. The coastal zone boundary is right. We conferred with the coastal commission and got their version, matched it up. We found a couple discrepancies between the city and that is 100% the right boundary, and it's in there.
Okay, can you point it out on this map, Allison?
I don't have a great map in this presentation.
Go to the.
Oh, the one you didn't want?
Maybe it's.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, I was thinking it's here.
So here. Yeah, there is a little, it's kind of like a little donut hole there. I am talking to the mic. Yes.
Okay, and that's on the west side of the donut hole? East of the donut hole,
East of
yes,
the
thank
donut
you. Yeah, that's good. Good, I was looking at this thing near Cardosa Avenue, which I shouldn't have been. It looked blue like a lake. That's what I was thinking that was. Great. All right, earlier, I think it was Allison mentioned that there'd be pushback from the Coastal Commission on our prohibition of armoring. Was that from expected that maybe it might happen from the board or the staff? Excuse me.
Yeah, as part of your staff report attachment 1, you'll see the Coastal Commission staff's recommended modifications and then city staff response to those in red. Coastal Commission staff is required to implement the Coastal Act, and they are their recommendations are going to be straight Coastal Act requirements. So they've been very frank with us and they said, you know, we just had a meeting with them like literally a week and a half ago. And staff said, in theory, we support what you're trying to do, you know, but it is their duty and obligation to uphold the Coastal Act. So they will be required to have their staff report to the Coastal Commission, say, this is really great what Marina's trying to do, but it isn't consistent with this one Coastal Act policy, which is basically the allowance of shoreline protection under very specific circumstances for coastal dependent development. So that we think at this point, that's like their one thing they're going to have to push back on our submittal.
We have had multiple rounds of discussion and comments with them, and they had given us the tightest they could get it within their, you know, their confines. This is a precedent setting opportunity. And nobody has ever tried to be more protective of California coast than the Coastal Commission. So we'll see how that goes.
All right, thank you. Under the shoreline monitoring section of the implementation plan, under Roman numeral 5A, it talks about the 2 triggers for state parks, Marina Coast, Water District, Sanctuary Beach Resort, and water supply areas. Anyway, the first trigger is if you meet the trigger, you do a response plan. And the second trigger is you implement the plan. And so my questions are kind of minor here. The triggers distances have been increased in every case from 5 feet to 10 feet, from 10 feet to 20 feet, from 25 feet to 40 feet. So my question is, why were those distances increased?
Those distances were increased so to allow the more lead time to implement, to come up with the plan and to implement the plan. Because if you think about those distances, time as well, how many erosion events till you lose that 5 feet or the 10 feet, we felt like being more protective for them, everybody to get the plan together, get up with the new, you know, it may take, who knows how long it will take to get this certified. So we wanted to add more lead time so that the plans could be developed and implemented before it was an emergency.
Okay, so distance equals more time.
Yes.
Watching it happen.
Yeah.
All right, on the first one is Titan Parks, parking lot and restroom. Erosion of dune crest to within 10 feet of parking lot is a trigger. And we had some heavy storms in early 2024. And the waves took the water away. It wasn't storm water. And it left the sidewalk concrete hanging in the air. So wasn't that the dune crest?
That would have been the dune crest. And that is an interesting location because it is constantly trampled. Everybody walks off and that's where they go. So what they did is what they should have done, which is sort of an opportunistic nourishment there. They gathered sand and
They buried the sidewalk.
it and put it back on, you know, supported it again. So they did what they should do.
Okay, but this says it, if that happens, it's supposed to trigger the production of a hazard plan.
Right.
But what they did was bury it with sand.
So
in the
there's
future,
2 things. One is the reason we're looking at the opportunistic beach nourishment program, living shorelines, is to buy time so that before they have to relocate. The plan, that would have been a trigger for them to start the plan.
okay,
But in the meantime, while that plan is being developed and then triggered to implementation, they would be doing exactly what they did.
okay.
And they are also, like I mentioned, they're in this Monterey Bay Living Shorelines project to try and identify templates, design features they could implement, dune restoration, access controls, things like that to reduce erosion as well. So they're taking the actions they need to right now.
Okay, so this is not a final document yet, so no one's bound to it.
No.
But once it is final, if there is a recurrence of the dune crest at that parking lot doing what it did in 2024, would they have to do opportunistic nurturing, or would they have to write the coastal hazard response plan?
Both.
Okay, all right.
Yes, the plan lays out their longer term plan. The opportunistic beach nourishment is sort of an emergency response. Instead of allowing them to put in an emergency revetment, they do an emergency nourishment.
Okay. All right. And the sand that they buried the sidewalk with when it lost everything underneath it seemed to be a darker color, finer material. It didn't seem to be consistent with the rest of the beach sand that was native. And so in the future, once I don't know when we determine this, you said the next several months.
Yeah,
you're
we'll
gonna
be
come up with
working
a
on that.
document. So in the future, a year or 2 years from now, whenever, we'll have some requirements of how they opportunistically nourish.
Yes.
Okay.
And through the Living Shoreline project, they may have some other tools, including some dune regrading and stuff. So they'd be taking the native sands. My sense is they just brought in shovels or a bulldozer and just pushed what was there, the dirty dunes, we'll call them, for a less scientific, that included some of that. And that's why it didn't look the same as the surface sands.
All right. So playing this out, if a trigger is reached, the owner of the land where the trigger happens have to do a document. And that document says what they're going to do the second time a trigger is reached. Who reviews the document to make sure that it's adequate?
It would be the city.
And then does it go through the coastal commission after it goes through us?
Not if you have a certified LCP, it would be your discretionary approvals.
Okay. And then is it known in advance to both the author and the reviewer or the approval entity, us, what criteria the plan has to have?
Yes, that is laid out in the implementation plan.
Is it in this document?
Is the specifics. Yes.
Okay, that's all you need to know.
Yeah, I can give you.
That's
a
my
little-
fault for not
is
reading it there.
That one, it is in, no, it is in number 3, E.
Will the next version of this have page numbers?
I don't know. It depends if we retreat or not. Yes, yes.
This version will be much easier to read.
And there will be no line through track change edits.
Yeah, or having them
because it'll
both would be nice, what was changed, but a clean copy too.
Sure.
Okay, I did have another question about the grants. You mentioned $85,000 in 2020 was the first grant. And then you said the second grant was for social vulnerability assessment. How much was that grant
So
approximately?
the first one was 85,000 in 2017. The second one was $100,000 in 2022, and then 500,000 for this latest round in 2024.
Yeah, the 2020 grant was 100,000 to continue on with this local coastal hazards and sea level rise part of it, which we've now used up entirely. The big $500,000 grant also from the Coastal Commission is for the comprehensive LCP update.
Okay. Now, you know your document better than I, and I forget where I read this, but I read somewhere that the landowner responsibility has to be identified. And I was wondering, is that through an MOU? Who identifies landowner responsibilities?
So most of any coastal development permit sort of acknowledges in the response plan, it's acknowledged that they are the ones who will be implementing that plan and are on the hook to, and that is attached to the deed.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine.
It's the property owner who's undertaking the activity.
Okay. I had one other question. We talked about 1 foot, 2 foot, 5 foot scenarios for sea level rise. What's the consensus of modelers and experts? Which is the most likely to happen? by 20.
I want to say it depends on. So the state of California has been leading the way in assigning probabilities to different levels of elevations of sea level rise in time. Because there's a lot of uncertainty about when we're going to reach it. In general, I think the 1 foot is between 2040 and 2060. The 2 foot is 2060 to 2080, and then the 5 feet is, I think
80 to
2100.
2100.
2100 to maybe 20,
Oh.
2120.
So no progression between 2080 and 2100.
No,
It's
because
great.
it's exponential, and we're going 1, 2, 5. So there's a big jump there too.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilman McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple quick anecdotes, and then I'd like to make a motion to get us started, not to end discussion, but the first is just piggybacking on the beach nourishment. I think what I'm hearing from my colleagues on the council is that when that does happen, and I know that's not really what we're talking about tonight, but I think this council is very interested in being a part of that. There are, in my limited research, some negative potential impacts, right? You can introduce bacteria, you can bury natural flora and fauna unintentionally. You can introduce smells, different color, all these kind of things, right? And I think this council is definitely interested in, I assume that'll go to the planning commission first, but I think the council is interested in having a say too. So the second anecdote is just another piggyback on council member Biala's comment about the LA Times article. There's a book out there called California Against the Sea, written by the same individual. And I was listening to that on Libby recently and fell asleep, and I woke up to the voice of hearing about Mayor Delgado, this and that. And I thought it was a bad dream, but seriously, I thought it was pretty cool. We're definitely getting a lot of press for this and good press. And it's again, just to reiterate it, it's exciting, and thank you for the work that you've done. So with that, again, not to limit discussion, but to get us started, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt the resolution approving the draft coastal hazard sea level rise amendments to the city's local coastal program, authorize the city manager to submit the amendments to the California Coastal Commission for final certification, with the friendly amendment that, or with the addition that staff make some effort, and I'll leave it to staff to do this, but put some language in there about how we can interact with fellow agencies when they choose or not to do coastal armoring projects.
I second it. And could we also add that we've made many recommendations, changes and stuff. And so could you do that? So whatever we've talked about.
Yeah, I'll confer with Allison. Yeah.
Oh,
she's
great.
got
Okay.
notes.
Because I have two more. This page, potential adaptation pathway timeline. I know you took it out from something else because it's policy approaches here, but could you make sure that this graph, because this is so good for me to envision what a trigger is about. So even though it's not it's just an example, can you put it into the implementation plan? It sounds like it's still consistent with the kind of examples, the real examples that you outlined in here, but it just helps to see.
Yeah, it is in the technical appendices, which will be part of the document itself. I mean, we can see if it fits
Yeah, if you could.
appropriately into the body of the.
Yeah.
It would be odd to have it in the implementation plan.
Oh, well, wherever, but you know,
Yeah,
it's
part of it.
such a
It's in
visual
the
and
record. for sure.
yes, okay, as long as it's there, but I think it helps people reading it to understand what triggers mean and what it stimulates.
Well, Kathy, you have a good point, because if it's in the technical appendices, 99 out of 100 people aren't going to see it.
That's true.
If it's in the body, then they're going to see it more likely.
Yeah, so if you could please consider that.
Yeah, we can talk about that. And I mean, I would almost want to ask the Coastal Commission how weird that would be if they were looking at it that way too. But definitely, we can
please.
investigate that. I mean, one way that would be updated if I were to take it any further was take off the time at the top and put one,
Yes.
distance of
Yes.
dune crest.
Yes, because it's great.
Because that's the trigger. It's not time as it's in that example.
But I love how this graph says protect and accommodate and retreat. And it's, and it's got, it's really clear to me and the different things. So if you could consider that. Also in the back, when you have exhibit C definitions, could you also say / abbreviations? Because throughout here, like SLR, LCP, ESHA, CDP, you're using them,
Yeah.
but the average person is going to know that.
Sure. Yes, we can
Okay, thank you.
either spell them out or add the acronyms.
Okay, great. And my second. is
Yeah,
still
thank
here.
you.
Let me jump in just 1 minute, just quick before Elizabeth gets the floor. This map, I didn't see it in the document.
It's in the social vulnerability assessment and in the existing conditions, vulnerability and adaptation report.
Okay, so the documents we had here are pretty important, right? But they're not, it's not in here.
Those are the actual policy language that would constitute the LCP. These would all be part of
Okay.
that, but it wouldn't be, we wouldn't want to bury the policy and implementation plan in those technical reports.
All right, so you don't think that
We could
map,
certainly have a map of the coastal zone, in Marina
So-
this applies to.
okay, so if you have parts, you're gonna have a document that has lots of parts. And I'm just hoping that that will be near the front of the document, because it's such a good explanation of what we're talking.
Are you specifically referring to the access map? The one with the green and the hatch?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The map that
so
we see up there.
we're going to go into great depth about this stuff in the comprehensive LCP update. There'll be
Okay.
a whole entire chapter on public access that will have all kinds of really great maps like this.
Okay,
And
thank you.
that's really the meat and potatoes of the access discussion.
May I
Okay.
just say, Mr. Mayor, the one page that I said, if you could take these things that you have all squished together and I could barely read anything on there, that's one of the maps is the thing that you're looking at here.
Oh,
It's
so-
very tiny, but all of these pictures on here are so important and I can't even read them. So
We can move those onto individual pages.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you for being patient, Mayor Pro Tem.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. I simply wanted to thank everybody who works on this and the detailed responses from my fellow council members. And I do support, although I was quiet during this subject, but there are people who know so much more about this than I do. And it will be interesting to see how the Coastal Commission will react. So thank you all.
We're gonna have to have buses of people,
I know. We can.
Orange shirts.
blue shirts, orange shirts, some color. I sure appreciate seeing you working with other cities and around Santa Cruz here. Thank you very much for all the time you've devoted to this. And to your colleague who's no longer with us, I really appreciate her contributions too, that I'll never know as much as you about those, but thank you very much for recognizing her tonight.
Thank you all. I'm excited to take this to the next step with you.
Allison, thank you for being on our staff and Guido and everybody else that they have worked with. Okay, so.
We need to vote. The motion is to accept, as spelled out in the staff report with Councilmember Biala's additions that were noted by staff and the addition of the coordination with other agencies at staff's discretion to make that language.
Second was.
Held.
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Ken?
No.
Okay, any
Thank
final
you.
comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passed unanimously with the four of us. Thank you again, everybody. So that was the first hearing. The next one is a lot more complicated. It's about dog park rules. Dave, you want to stay for this? Maybe help out?
Almost. Thank you, Mayor. As council knows, and hopefully the public knows, we recently opened our first dog park. And it was a fabulous ribbon cutting and ceremony, and the dog park is getting used extensively, which is all great. And we anticipate having future dog parks in some of our future parks. And so it's really important that we establish the rules and regulations for use of those parks. If you could go to the next slide, I'm not going to read the 20 rules that are in the ordinance. It's all in your packet. There are hard copies in the back for the public. It's on the screen. So I would like to just open it up if you have any questions.
Councilmember, I think we first go to the public. So let's go to the public who's here in person. Anybody want to talk about the dog park rules?
I saw one that concerned me.
Okay, well, let's go to remote and we'll come back to in person. Anybody remotely that would like to comment on the dog park rules? Denise Turley, welcome back.
Thank you. My question is, say you were planning to add a dog park to the Preston Sports Park. Keep in mind that leases, rental agreements here forbid tenants from having dogs. So it's it would be deaf on your part to approve a park in a neighborhood where the residents can't have a dog. I yield back. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, so we'll give everyone online a moment to raise your hand. If you haven't raised your hand already online, go ahead and let us know you'd like to speak. Okay, not seeing anyone, we'll give one more round to those in the audience here in person. You have any comments or questions? Come on up. Okay.
There were a few typos that should probably be corrected before they're published. One of them was toe dogs instead of two dogs on O.
No, those are dogs that are used for sleds
Okay.
and things. Just kidding, Christina.
Okay, well, I was wondering. I have a dog that pulls me around. It's
There
a
you go.
little unruly, which is part of why I haven't taken her. Okay.
Which
no,
one was that? What letter was that?
That was letter O, was toe dogs.
Okay.
And I think I don't see the proposed rule that I had seen online on here, so I'm feeling a little better. It was talking about larger dogs not being allowed to bark at small dogs. And from my personal experience, it's usually the other way around. And I was worried, once they start, you can't stop them. It's an animal.
That was a joke on social
So,
media.
okay, I guess I got caught in that, but that's part of why I decided to attend, because I was hoping to get her back in a park. But I love the fact that there's vaccinations required. I think that's something that's really important, and that they're required to be monitored by their owners. I've seen a lot of times where people will bring them, let them off leash, and then have a conversation with their backs turned or look at their phones. So being present and able to break up the fight, I think, is really important if one should start. So I appreciate that. There's also been issues with picking up after the dog in those areas. You might want to include something regarding
I think there's something in there.
waste, even though that is a lot. I mean, I've seen people just leave it or pretend that they didn't see their dog drop it. And so it might be nice to have some type of enforcement requirement or an approval process. I don't know how you prove that the person has a vaccinated dog if you don't have some kind of register who's authorized to be there, or if there's an issue, what the reporting process might be. But enforcement might be difficult without something of that nature in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Andrea, are you the appropriate person to ask about the vaccination enforcement and other enforcements?
So the only vaccination that you get a tag for is rabies. And so in where it says appropriate tags on collar, they should have their rabies tag. And that's the most crucial one, to be honest. As far as enforcement, my understanding is that they would call code enforcement if there was an issue that needed to be responded to.
Okay, so if I'm there and I don't have tags with my dog, how does anyone know that I don't have tags for my dog?
Well, the way this ordinance is written, the tags need to be on your dog,
Right.
hanging from the collar.
Right. And so if I don't have if I have tags on my dog, but they're the name and they're not the rabies and you can't read it, someone would have to hold my dog to confirm if I had current appropriate tags. So I don't see that really happening. So is it just in case someone gets bit, then the police would come and they would determine if there were tags or no tags?
That's a good question. Yeah, I don't see in practice that a lot of owners are going to be inspecting for that. It will only come up if there is an issue. I see the city attorney getting ready to speak.
Yes, I was just gonna say, I think the option would be that we don't include that, but then you wouldn't have an ability to then do something about it. I think the idea is that you hope that the people comply with this, but no one's gonna be sort of, I guess, making sure that everyone's got that tag on there.
And then if there's an issue and it goes to court because someone's injured, then at least we have the rules probably
Those are
posted.
the rules.
Absolutely.
They will be posted.
And so if you break the rule and you get into court, then we're more protected and the dog owner is more at risk.
That's the idea.
Yeah, we're gonna post the signage, but we're not gonna be doing a lot of enforcement until there's something that happens on that one. Okay, there's a small typo where Christine was talking about typos on Q. Just a space needs to be between the words never be left.
Are you looking at the slide presentation or are you looking at the actual ordinance?
I'm looking at the slide presentation.
Okay,
So this doesn't matter then. This is just for tonight.
correct.
Okay. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, the signage, there is so much notorious abuses of dog owners doing all kinds of things. I mean, the mayor has picked up dog poop, in tons. So, I know that the enforcement thing is really important. Is it possible on the signage to put the code enforcement number? Because if I am out there and I've never called code enforcement and you say you have all these rules and I know somebody's breaking 4 of them, but I have no idea where to call. Can we put the code enforcement number on there?
Absolutely. We actually, about a year ago, designed new park rule signs. And on there, we have several phone numbers. If you want to reserve the park, call this number. If there's an emergency, call this number, et cetera. So we would follow that same format.
Thank you. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you. My question's a piggyback just on the licensing. And I know this isn't a hearing on our licensing process, but do we, so in Marina, we don't require a licensed dog to wear a tag, although some cities do. Is that correct? Or you may not, you're
I
not
don't
a
know.
dog expert.
I can look into that, but
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head.
So that might be something worth looking into the future, just because we haven't addressed pet code in a long time, probably since the inception of our city would be my guess. So, and then in terms of saying that a dog needs to be licensed, I'm unclear if we're talking about removing that language. No, but I mean, so if you're licensed, what, in California, Kazakhstan?
City of Marina.
City of Marina. So only Marina dogs can use Marina dog parks then?
Well, no, I take that back. My understanding is every city has that type of language. And so all dogs need to be licensed within whichever jurisdiction, whether it's the city or the county.
Okay, you kind of see them, and I don't anticipate being an issue, but the ambiguity, I mean, if I have a dog, I'm going to say, well, of course it's licensed. I license it myself, right? If it's not real specific. So maybe we can put some specificity into that.
We can certainly clarify. We can add some language there.
Okay.
And I don't know that the license is as important as the vaccination, right?
Correct.
And is the vaccination a state or a city by city? Or just your vet?
The only vaccination I'm aware of that is required in order to get your dog licensed is rabies. So if you don't have your rabies vaccination, you would not be able to license your dog with the city or the county.
Okay. So if I'm visiting from Humboldt County and I have vaccinated my dog, but it doesn't show on their license, and I have a license from Crescent City, I'm okay to go in this dog park. But you don't know if I'm vaccinated. My dog's vaccinated, right? So maybe after tonight, you and the city attorney can try to,
We'll work on some language to clarify that. I think, these are, again, would be difficult to enforce, but we don't want to not have anything in there about that.
so it's no matter what other people do with other dog parks, we're not the first ones to handle this. Okay. All right.
Guido just brought to my attention that the vaccinations that we're talking about are required to get the license through the City of Marina Police Department.
Right. But we
So
have
the
people-
police department would be checking for those vaccination records before they issued the license.
Right. But we have people from other cities. So, yeah. Okay. Anything more? Right.
No, just thank you to Andrea. I mean, that her point about the signs, I've been so impressed with just what the recreation department has done in terms of signs and regulations. And I think it's just been fantastic. So thank you.
Great. All right. Liz, Mayor Pro Tem, you want to talk about cats?
Yes. They still cannot read. I try to teach them, but just to ignore my ignorance about dog licensing. But do they renew every year or so? Is a rabies vaccination required annually? I think
Once every 3 years?
Yeah. So
Maybe Chief Hopkins would like to come up since his department issues license and ours does not.
yeah, how would I details?
We help the police department get all the licenses using CitizenServe. So I won't speak for the chief, but I just they do an annual renewal of all the dog licenses here. That's it.
So that's
The
enough.
staff we're doing them by hand, all 1,300. So we got the police department set up doing them all digitally. So that's how we were able to help. So, yeah, so but I'll let the chief speak for.
Thank you, Guido.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, what Guido said.
All right. Thank you, Chief.
And for the signs, I don't know if it's already on there. The QR codes might be handy to do. Maybe you already do that.
QR code taking it to,
That people can use their phone and then it links to the page where they can report stuff for the city.
for reporting.
Yes.
Sure.
So a landing
into that.
page, so you click on the QR code, it takes you to a landing page that we maintain on our website. And what does that landing page say?
But if you want to report an issue, probably not an urgent issue because then you call 911 and you get the police. But suppose you see a maintenance issue,
Okay.
which brings me to, of course, I'm like a broken record. Anything that needs to be maintained should be in the long-term maintenance plan so that the dog park will stay in good condition.
Like signs, you're meaning.
Like signs, like fences.
But tonight we're talking about.
The rules. Okay, I'll stop there.
No, that's
Yes.
good that we.
Yes, but
maintain our
signs, the signs, yes, an example. Yes. And I know people are very excited about the park. So thank you. This was it. Thank you.
You know, more people are using the dog park than the tennis courts. Isn't that
I think
amazing?
that's correct. Yes.
But that'll change as soon as we resurface
Yes.
them. Okay, do we need a motion in this case? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, I forgot one thing. It mentions that the dogs need to be under control of an adult. But then it also says children under the age of 13 must be accompanied by an adult. So do you expect children to be there without a dog? Because the dog always needs to have an adult.
Yes.
But then children under the age of 13 must be accompanied by an adult. So my question should be, can children 14 and up, between 14 and 18, they can be in the park with an adult, but without a dog? Because if there's a dog, there's an adult already. This is like a Venn diagram.
Yeah, I'm not following. You're asking if a minor is allowed to be in the park if they don't have a dog?
Yes.
I think so.
But the 14-year-old.
I think that's what she's asking.
14 or 15-year-old.
Because they might get bit by dogs, their parents aren't there.
They can be there, but no, I mean, if you're 14 or 15-year-old, you need to have an adult with you.
So let's let Andrea stew on this and
Since we need to come back anyway with clarification, city attorney and I will review that and we'll make the appropriate adjustments before we come back.
Thank you so very much. All right. I'll wait for the sign.
Yes, yes,
Do we need a motion?
yes, you do.
Can we still do the first reading? Because it's an ordinance. So first reading today with minor changes to come back for the second reading.
That's correct.
Okay, so would someone like to make that motion, Brian?
Sure, motion that we introduce ordinance, the dog park ordinance, amending ordinances number 90-8, 86-6, 85-3, and 79-12 to revise. Sorry, that's not the
That's
one.
the wrong item.
Yeah, thank you, Anita.
Sounded good.
Anita sounds good too. I think she's feeling better. Okay. Open a public hearing and introducing ordinance number 2025, establishing chapter 12.13, dog park rules and regulations, and title 12 of the City of Marina Municipal Code, and finding the proposed ordinance is not project under CEQA, with the amendment that staff makes minor changes to come back for the second reading.
Okay, is there a second for that?
I second.
Any final comments before we go to a vote? It doesn't need to be, Shep, can you give us a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember McCarthy,
Yes.
Councilmember Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vischer,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, that motion passed unanimously. Thank you,
Thank you.
Andrea, for that. And to Howard Gustafson, I'm sorry, I forgot to answer your question when we get to 13C. I wouldn't have been able to tell you, except it was going to be late. I might have even told you that we might not get to it tonight, but now we're a little bit further along and we still have two items to get to before 13C. So hopefully we'll get to that before 10 o'clock and we'll probably go longer if we need to. So now let's move on to the report for Marina Diversity, Equity and Inclusion Task Force. And who will be leading us through this? Councilmember Biala? Thank you.
Okay, so we have some members here of the DEI task force to help me present some of the things on the final report. And I'm so sorry, I told them to come at 7 o'clock and 2.5 hours later, we're still getting to it. So my apologies. So the DEI systemic racism study was voted in 2019 by a unanimous vote of the then city council. Then in 2021, there was a two-step process begun, but it was not followed through for the second one. So the issue still remained as a systemic racism study. And then with a new council appointed in 2022, in October 2023, I was appointed to head up a task force to complete that study. And then in February 2024, the first of 6 monthly DEI task force meetings was conducted. And we convened a body of people with these qualifications. A, the members have had leadership experience with DEI. B, task force members must approximate the overall racial demographics of Marina of 2/3 people of color or so. And C, members must be residents of Marina, except 2 members could be non-residents chosen for their special expertise in the field of DEI. And the final membership was a group of 9 people. I was the co-chair, and I'm Japanese American citizen with the city of Marina. And I'm also president of Asian Communities of Marina and also resident of Marina. Lane, our city manager, is also a resident of Marina. Yuri Anderson, she's African American. She's chief of staff of the 4th District County of Monterey Board of Supervisors. She's also on the Monterey Peninsula College Board Chair, District 2, and a resident of Marina. Kim Bui is Vietnamese American, Pacific Grove DEI Task Force Chair, and a resident of PG. John Ferreira is Filipino American, attorney with the Monterey County District Attorney Office and resident of Marina. And you know what? While I'm doing this, Belinda, could you show the picture of the folks? Randy Hopkins, African American, City of Marina Chief of Police, and also a resident of Marina. Jacinto Salazar, Hispanic American, who's here today, the IDEAA, Inclusivity, Diversity, Equity, Anti-Racism, and Accessibility Director at Monterey Peninsula College, and he's also a resident of Marina. Lisbeth Fischer is a first generation from the Netherlands, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Marina, resident of Marina. Joanne Wong, PhD, Chinese American, Associate Professor, Cal State University, Monterey Bay College of Education, and she's a resident of Monterey. So you can see all of us here with the inset of Lane because he couldn't make that last meeting. And could you just show the second one too? I just took some informal pictures here of us doing our final last meeting, doing our rank order. And I just wanted to show you some of our hard work there and the group as a whole. Is there another? Maybe scroll down. So the first thing that I wanted to share is our definitions of DEI that the task force composed. And of course, there's many different definitions, but this is the ones that we came up with. The diversity is the myriad of ways in which people differ, including the psychological, physical, cognitive, and social differences that occur among all individuals, such as race, ethnicity, nationality, country of origin, linguistic backgrounds, indigenous identity, socioeconomic status, religion, economic class, education, age, gender, sexual orientation, marital status, mental and physical disability, and learning styles. Diversity is all-inclusive and supportive of the proposition that everyone and every group should be valued. It is about understanding these differences and moving beyond simple tolerance to embracing and celebrating the rich dimensions of our differences. Equity, the definition that we chose, the condition under which individuals are provided the resources they need to have access to the same opportunities as the general population. Equity accounts for systemic inequalities, meaning the distribution of resources provides more for those who need it most. Conversely, equality indicates uniformity, where everything is evenly distributed among people. And we chose this definition of inclusion, the intentional, active, and ongoing process of bringing traditionally excluded individuals and or groups into social groups, communities, processes, activities, and decision and policy making in a way that fosters engagement and interaction and shares a representation and power. The objectives for this task force was as follows. The important task force represents the sentiments of the current council to tackle head-on the complex goal of establishing a true and lasting commitment to our city to provide equity and inclusion in our local governmental systems, enhancing diversity of racial minorities, and seeking outreach to include heretofore marginalized communities in all aspects of the work of our government. This objective is a critical component of what makes Marina a special place for all residents that will promote creativity and innovation based on DEI. So what we did, the format of our task force, we used a document that came out of San Luis Obispo. They had a DEI task force, and it was completed in January of 2021. They had an appendix called Informal Recommendations and Ideas Source Compilation that had very comprehensive groups of topics. And so we thought that those topics would be very good for us to follow and have discussions and then make recommendations. So what we did is we talked about it, each of these kind of focus areas, and we wrote down all the ideas. We had very deep and honest discussions about how we recommended certain actions under each one of these. And then what we did is rank ordered them. So that's what you saw here when we were on the floor and we had all the things up here. And so people were rank ordering. And we took only the top 25% in each of the focus areas. And we lumped some of the focus areas together because one was very significant, but the other would be fairly minor. So we wanted to give, a more even distribution. So we have four lists, and so I would like to call up one of each of our DEI task force members. And the first one for the rank order list is Jacinto Salazar. And if you could, he's going to summarize or read one that he has a long list. So he might summarize.
Thank you, Jacinto, for your participation and coming here tonight.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor and council members and members of the community in person and also in the virtual space. It's good to be here tonight to share the work that we did. I'm going to be sharing 6 of the different priorities. I'll summarize them. I won't read off the exact text. Priority 1 is to ensure inclusivity and equity in survey participation by analyzing data with a focus on underrepresented racial groups. And if it comes out that there isn't good representation, to resurvey, reopen deadlines, conduct separate analysis to ensure that people of color and marginalized communities are responding and that the results reflect the true demographics, racial demographics of the city. Priority 2 is to track and report racial data for employees, leadership, and council members while implementing metrics to evaluate DEI efforts. Set SMART goals, which is, it's late, I'm blanking on SMART, is specific, measurable, actionable, what is the R? The R is realistic and time-bound goals. Conduct regular assessments and use findings to drive accountability and continuous improvement across city departments. Priority 3 is to guarantee proportional BIPOC representation, Black, Indigenous, people of color representation in applications, rentals, and home sales for affordable housing under the Marina housing element, ensuring outreach and outcomes are clear and equitable. Priority 4 is to adopt and apply a racial equity scoring tool to guide decisions on budgets, city services, projects, and agreements, ensuring that equity is central to critical city initiatives. Priority 5 is to build lasting trust-based relationships with marginalized communities of color through consistent outreach and accessible communication formats, moving beyond project-based engagement to sustain collaboration and understanding that trust or relationships moves at the speed of trust. Priority 6 is to establish a diverse DEI advisory committee reporting to the city manager and the council, tasked with providing feedback on initiatives, facilitating community engagement, and publishing an annual report to ensure accountability and transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacinto.
Okay, and second, list 2 is from Lisbeth. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Lisbeth Fischer.
And this focus area was city policies and practices. Priority number 1, carefully word city job posting language that speaks to the DEI goals rather than the recruitment of specific persons, e.g. reach constituents in historically marginalized communities to participate in key governmental initiatives. Number 2, insert city DEI value statements or commitment into the general plan vision and guiding principles. Create strong, clear goals, vision, and mission around DEI. For example, social justice is our value. Clear, uncompromising message from council that attitudes of racism and discriminations are not acceptable. Number 3, adopt policy and practices to promote underrepresented communities to have seats on city-controlled commissions, boards, advisories, and committees. Priority number 4, ensure that the pool of applicants is representative of the population served. If not, reopen or delay search until criteria are met. The search committee can include a DEI representative with recognized qualifications from outside the organization. And the final priority for this focus area, ensure that job descriptions do not eliminate viable candidates due to education or experience criteria. Candidates who can meet the job description criteria post-hiring or alternative experience criteria can be a way to recruit non-traditionally qualified persons who may become excellent employees if given an opportunity for hire.
Thank you very much. And our list number 3, Joanna Wong, Dr. Joanna Wong.
Thank you, Joanna, for being here tonight.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. So for list number 3, this really focuses on city-led economic development with an emphasis on minority business owners and also attracting and supporting those businesses. The first priority is to begin outreach to minority businesses and small group discussions to find out the needs, to have a needs assessment hosted by the city with assistance from minority civic associations. Priority number 2 is to create incentives for qualifying businesses, such as incentives for remodeling, expansion, and compliance with the downtown vitalization specific plan criteria. Priority 3 is really focused first on the existing minority-owned businesses, for example, those owned by people of color, by women, to really keep the money in Marina, and so supporting local businesses rather than promoting big box stores as well. And this will also aid in curbing the gentrification and displacement that can often occur. And priority number 4 focuses on establishing a tool that would serve as a city community outreach guide. So this might be a checklist format and specifies necessary minimal types of outreach to minorities for all city programming, programs, services, and events. Priority 5 is that the city continues to update the Marina Restaurant Guide. And priority 6 is to develop ways to incentivize improvements under non-conforming uses once the DVSP is approved, and keeping in mind the phrase that nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanna.
And our last list 4 was by our own police chief, Randy Hopkins.
All right, thank you for allowing me to do this. So I have the order list number 4, and the areas of focus deal with law enforcement with the Marina Police Department and city as an influencer. For priority 1, we had compliance with mandatory training and policies. The main point I would emphasize here is that there are a myriad of legal mandates that we are required to learn and teach and understand. So with that, that includes ABLE, which is active bystander law enforcement training, which deals with de-escalation training. Also RIPA, RIPA, which is racial identity profiling. There are others. What we want to also emphasize is that we believe in the public responsibility. So through this, we will stress the importance of community awareness regarding police and responsibilities. Transparency is important. So the reporting of our mission and our goal is to be transparent and provide a report card that will be consistent of our annual report, also posting data on our webpage, which we are currently doing. We will continue to enhance that. Going forward, we will continue to go beyond the minimum standard and focus on tailored interventions that address the specific community needs and challenges. For priority 2, transparency is the heading. The main point I would emphasize under that heading is that we will promote open communication with the public about our police department operations. Actionable steps, again, is to direct individuals to our webpage, which would include data sets as well as RIPA, and also any other insights in our annual report, which we're in the process of building. We'll continue to build upon those. We also will look at a community survey, which we will conduct a perception survey to gather feedback from the department about how the department is performing. We also will stress the importance of reaching diverse groups, especially those of color or disadvantaged communities, to ensure that we're getting all of the sectors of our community. Last, on this point, we would also avoid drawing any conclusions until we are certain that we have intentionally reached all of the sectors, including those diverse populations. Priority 3 relates to building trust as a cornerstone of everything that we do in law enforcement. The main point I would emphasize under this is that We acknowledge the reality of racism and focus on restoring and preventing racially motivated incidents such as hate crimes. Also, procedural justice is a forward-thinking concept that is also going to be part of our strategy. We'll explain the concept of fairness, transparency in our police interactions. Positive interactions will be also essential for us, encouraging and training for officers to adapt a friendly, approachable demeanor, which they're already hitting that benchmark, but that again will be ingrained in our writings and everything that we do going forward. Outreach efforts will regularly engage with marginalized communities through schools, civic groups, non-profits, faith-based organizations, and we will build bridges to address trust issues, particularly where power imbalances exist.
Chief, just want to
Yes.
jump in here because it's something that's so important for me.
Sure.
You just talked about building trust, and the first sentence is, which is surprising to me, our goal is not to eliminate racism, but rather to acknowledge its reality and prevent racially motivated incidents. And I just think that's a really important statement. I didn't think about, I've always assumed we want to eliminate racism. And this is saying that that's not our goal. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Point number 4, headings. Deals with community policing. Obviously, everything that we talked about is kind of wrapped up in the blanket of community policing. So the main point I would emphasize is that we will strengthen our community connections by expanding police presence in our resources and everything that we do. We will also look at hiring community service officers, what we call CSOs, hire 2 of those to handle nonviolent, non-emergency situations, such as addressing some of the needs in our homeless encampment areas, the growing populations associated with that, as well as assigning some of the CSO specific communities to help foster some of that consistent relationships along with what the officers are also doing. We will also focus on the youth, create approachable and accessible police presence with our younger residents. In partnership with our Police Athletic League is another example of that. And our goal is to enhance our dialogue, promote friendly interactions, and maintain a consistent, dedicated police responsive atmosphere for all of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief.
Okay, and I want to just read our last conclusions of this report. It was really an amazing group. I mean, I have done a lot of reading in the past of recent, and the 9 of us met on Saturdays for 2 hours, maybe more, for 6 sessions over 7 months, and it was really wonderful to be in a group with such qualified people who were open to all kinds of intense discussions. And so I learned so much. So thank you, everyone. It was really something for me as well. So at the final meeting, the group expressed the importance of the task force work of ensuring that inclusion, diversity, and equity will be valued, demonstrated, and celebrated in all of the City of Marina's governance, governmental public service, and community work. People of all ages from diverse and historically underrepresented communities will be welcomed, involved, recognized, and served. And we wish to sincerely thank the dedicated 9-member DEI task force that deliberated with open and sincere dialogue about difficult topics, holding respect for all opinions, and committing to this important task by giving up valuable family and weekend time to produce these results. Without such qualified, highly qualified, and diverse members, the DEI task force could not have accomplished such meaningful results. It is the recommendation of this task force that the work of the DEI task force be continued for implementation by forming a committee of the City Council to regularly meet and report back to the Council to approve actions. And that concludes our report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Kathy, thank you. This is another example of how well you do everything that you touch as far as its completeness and its competency. It's well organized. It's a ton of work. I know we'll take it one bite at a time, like eating an elephant, but thank you for such a good job.
Thank you.
And at this time, we'll go to public comment and then we'll come back to council for questions and other comments. Anyone in the room would like to speak to this? Come on up.
Howard Gustafson, resident of Marina for a long time. Federal government is getting rid of all the DEI programs. They just fired everybody. And I think it's one of the biggest racist things that this country has ever put together by the liberal crap in this country. Division, exclusion, and indoctrination. I have never seen such a ridiculous thing in my life. I want to see that report because I want to send it to the Justice Department, old Pam Bondi. And I'm a big donor to old President Trump, and he'll have our ear, trust me. And you're not going to get away with this stuff. You can't put people in the categories. We're America. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Huh? What is this? What is this crap? People in America have all the ability to achieve on their education and everything. I've never seen so many tax dollars go to educating the so-called poor and minority. So what the heck? What's going on? Why do we need your DEI, your division of people, exclusion of people, indoctrination of people? Why? You don't need it. Marina was well diverse before you came here. But the reason we were diverse, because we're all Army and military. But we made up one thing. Our blood was red. And that was the only important thing. And we celebrated things like 4th of July because we're all Americans. We don't categorize ourselves into various. Yeah, you're only going to begin it. You ain't seen nothing yet. I'm going to tell you that right now. You're not seeing anything yet from the government and how most of us feel about it.
Thank you, Howard. Anyone else in the room want to speak to this matter?
Hi, it's Christine again. I appreciate what you all have done. I think it's a fantastic amount of work. I really love a lot of it. I know it's probably going to be a living document and you all will add more and, revise and things. I would suggest regarding hiring actions, when you say you remove the requirements for certain things, instead of saying perhaps remove them, you might want to do something that we call like a training program, something that helps to elevate the on-the-job training to the point where it's equivalent to the similar trainings or something. But there's engineers and things where you just can't waive those regardless of who's applying. So just, that would be a concern that I would have about that. But everything that you all said, I think is pretty great. Most DEI projects that I've seen have been focused more on identifying systemic racism and things perhaps ingrained in policies. It might be nice to add in the future some review of our local statutes and things regarding housing restrictions or loan. I've heard some pretty crazy things were on the books in a lot of places and nobody even realized it. Luckily, most people were ignoring those things, but it would be really nice to strike anything that prevents somebody of a certain heritage from participating equally within the community, whether they're a small business owner or resident. And I would say with our community, although they're not a minority, the elderly sometimes do have difficulties getting on the internet or accessing new technology. And so a lot of our surveys have gone online. And so perhaps, instituting something that would include a door-to-door option or something else, just to reach out to people who might have blind and low vision or hearing loss or technical deficiencies, or might not be able to, attend certain community events. They don't have perhaps, transportation, but thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Christine. I'm going to interrupt public comment now. I'll motion we go to 10:30 if necessary.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I think it's going to take a little bit longer than that. So just to get us going. Okay.
Because of, yeah, I'm kind of rushing. Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. And the city attorney reminded me and then I forgot. So when 10:30 comes around, we can re-look at our schedule tonight. Okay. Anyone else here in the room that would like to comment on this agenda item? If not, then we'll go to those online. Christina Medina Dirksen, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to call and say thank you to this council for recognizing the need and importance of looking through some of our policies through a very different lens. I'd like to speak to what Mr. Gustafson said. First of all, he failed to recognize that the very reason Marina is as diverse as it is because Fort Ord was one of only 2 military bases that allowed mixed marriages, people to live together in a home together. So while we all have red blood, unfortunately, we don't always treat each other the same. The military was the very first to recognize disparities and allowed for people to live together, people who loved each other from other countries, African Americans bringing home their Korean wives. It also established equity through the GI Bill and also allowing people to purchase homes when they were being discriminated against because of laws prior to the 1964 that gave preference to people who were not of color. Redlining occurred regularly, and it was the foresight of the U.S. government, the military, that established equality. So while national debate is going on about what DEI actually is and villainizing it, I'm very proud of this council to take a look, that is taking a look and has taken a look, and those who served on this ad hoc committee to see how we can do better. We have to remember we are the 8th most diverse city in California. So those of you up on the dais do reflect us now. And there probably was a time that it didn't. And those of us with our different lived experiences, whether it was racial, whether it was age, whatever it is, we come to our city, we come to decision making with the lens that we've lived. We don't all have the same lens. So just in my parting words, I appreciate the work that you're doing. Please do not allow the villainizing and the I don't even want to say the word, but the ignorance of a national vitriol. Do not let it get in the way of the important work that you're doing. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Christina. And anyone else, please, Howard? No, anyone else online want to comment on this agenda item before we close public comment? Not seeing anyone. So we'll go ahead and close public comment. Any council members want to comment? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a couple comments and I kind of want to say them in the context of acknowledging that for better or for worse, we represent a number of people that have values different than from what the things that we talked about tonight, which is a really hard thing for some of us to get our.
Can you explain that? I don't know what.
Sure. As we heard from some members of the public or a member of the public, that's not an isolated thought in Marina. There is a population that does not favor DEI. And so part of my comments is just wondering, and I don't expect an answer unless somebody wants to give one, but how we try to bring some of those thought processes into the fold and cross-educate and those kind of things. I didn't see that as one of the goals in the report, but something to think about for the future. And kind of my comment is that, as most of you know, I'm in an Army family. I spent 2 years in Iraq defending this country. My husband is still currently in the Army. We both have the same red blood, and yet even today, our ability to be with each other and acknowledge the way we express our love for each other is under threat. We have transgender constituents in this city, many of them, who the federal government just this week said that they are no longer allowed to the federal government doesn't recognize who they are. And I personally can't imagine my American government coming to me and saying, I no longer recognize, even though for the past 5 years, the government did, we no longer do that today. I mean, my heart goes out to those constituents in Marina. I think that the government has not only systemically, both on local and national levels, treated people unfairly, but they've actually done so in law, right? And we're seeing some of that now. And so, again, my comments are just in the context of, as we look at these things in the future, I think we really need to think about how we engage folks that have different opinions from what we've heard from the dais today. That's a really tough thing to do, and it's not something that we're going to solve overnight, but I think it's important. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that this will be a lot of work to the extent that we do it, but I'm glad it's here, and I support, the group of people that are recommended here as a committee to continue. We don't know who they are exactly, but that there will be a group of people hopefully continuing this. And it comes at an important time because, as Mr. Gustafson pointed out, at the federal level this week, everything we're talking about is being thrown in the trash can. And so little cities like ours, little communities like ours that are not the federal government still have a chance to respect everybody thoughtfully, purposefully, no matter who they are, and to recognize that there's a lot of groups of people who don't get respect elsewhere. And doesn't mean that we can't give them respect in Marina. And this gives respect to people who are autistic. It gives respect to people who are of minority social identities. Not everybody is a white male Protestant, able-bodied, heterosexual, right? But if you're not all of those, then you have at least one. Most of us have at least one or more minority social identities. You might be atheist, you might be Catholic, you might be disabled in some way, and it's you that we're trying to remember to give respect, because at this time the federal government is in our face, saying we are not going to respect your differences. And a memo went out to all federal employees today, at least in the Department of Interior, saying if you know of any DEI policies, report them within 10 days. And if you don't report them within 10 days, there may be severe consequences, quote. And so it's really in your face, going the other direction of what we just talked about here. But the federal government doesn't control everything that we do on the local level. And so we're still able to do what we think values our diverse community, including Caucasians and everybody in every group that exists in Marina. And we have a lot of the world represented here in Marina. And so I'm happy that this will do our best to respect everybody in Marina. Okay. Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be short. Thank you for your words, both Councilmember McCarthy and our mayor. And yes, people are afraid. Many people are afraid. I am not. We can do at the local level. We will do our best to support minorities, to support people who are afraid. They can come up to us. They can speak with us. Like the mayor said, the federal government doesn't control everything that we can do at the local level. So, and I first, initially I thought, oh, this is not a very good time to come out with our report, but this shows how important this is. So thank you all for your support, those who did give the support. Thank you.
Very much. So this is just to receive, no action, but maybe at a future meeting, there will be a decision to be made on how to follow up here. But that's not for tonight.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Oh, I'm
Just-
sorry,
yeah.
Kathy.
Thank you, everybody here on the dais. I'm really touched. It's, it's really nice to have this kind of support. I don't know what we will, how we're going to bring this back again, because it's a lot of work as everybody can see, but how we transfer this from words on a paper to actually some actions is the big question. So I don't know how our process should be, whether we bring this up again and say that, we begin to form another committee to implement some of this. I mean, obviously it's huge, so we would just take the, little bites at one time, but how do we do that? And can we not do that tonight and at least say that we would form an implementation team? And I don't know what we'd call it or how often it would meet or, those kinds of things. But I'm just afraid that we get the report and then we do nothing about it for another 6 months. And I don't want that to happen.
City Attorney Renee
I
Ortega.
was just gonna jump in here. I mean, the only issue is that tonight at least, it's been agendized as receive a report. So it would have to be agendized as some action item for council to take.
But we
Yeah.
can give direction to staff to bring this topic back for a decision on where to go next. Tomorrow.
Thank you.
Special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we move on to the Marina Arts Village project, and I thank Don Hofer and Doug Yant for being patient tonight. Although every once in a while they want an update on what's going on in the city anyway, so it's okay. Don, are you awake? All right, who's going to lead us through this?
I'll kind of lead us through this, and given the hour, I'm going to cut out a lot, but just for a brief history, a few years back, the council looked at a lot of our existing buildings in Marina and made a decision on some are going to stabilize and others are too far gone or they don't have any value, and would be on the program to just remove those blight. The Arts Village was one of the buildings that the council at that point felt there was value to stabilize that building, and similar to our pool, aquatic, and our sports center, we stabilized those, and then it has now put us 5 years or 7 to 8 years later in a position that we can actually rehabilitate those buildings. Had we not stabilized them at that point in time, we would not be in the position. And so a couple of years ago, council made that decision to stabilize the Arts Village and allocated 1.35 million as a capital project to stabilize it. And that was in the 23, 24, 24, 25 budget. And then as the Dunes has been developing, especially homes along First Avenue, I was talking with Mr. Hofer, and we were talking about the stabilization or tearing down of that building. And I talked with him about it, that we'd had funds to stabilize it. Now, our 1.35 million was just a ballpark from our chief building official at the time. We hadn't done any really extensive bringing in contractors to really look at what the cost would be. And so Don Hofer brought in a team and they looked at that, and they looked at the hazardous material removal costs. They looked at just the removal of debris, resheathing the building, new roof, residing the building, sealing it all up, repainting the building, bringing in basic electric utilities so we can have light, at least for security and lighting and stuff like that. And that estimate came up to be $2.7 million. And so what the Dunes agreed at that point was we had 1.35, and they agreed to split that cost, which is what was brought to the council in the December 17th city council meeting. What was we talked about but wasn't clear in the staff report that December 17th meeting was that proposal was to take out what we will call building 3. It's the middle building in the whole Arts Village building. As we talked about that, the council wanted to have a site visit before they made a decision. And so that led to the site visit on January 7th. And that was a public meeting. We invited the public. We had more than 40 people showed up, a lot of interest in there. And so we opened up the building, walked more than halfway down to it so people could see the inside, see the outside, ask a lot of questions. Then we gathered again outside and took comments from the public. And then we got some direction and comments from the council. And council had some very specific questions that would help in making a decision on this project. One of the questions was, how much would it cost just to demolish the whole building? And the Dunes came back with those estimates, and that's in our staff report now. And that estimate came out to be $752,000. And again, these are just estimates. So that would level everything down, including the foundations. The other question that council asked was, well, if we don't want to open up the middle building, if you wanted to stabilize the whole building, what would that cost be? And the additional cost of that would be $505,000. And again, the reason of that additional cost, you think tearing out would be more than stabilizing, but the stabilizing, it's really putting on all new sheathing, all new roofing, all new siding around, and that's roughly 15-20% of the building there. And so that's why there's an additional $505,000. What Shea has committed is they're willing to pay the 1.35 million, but anything above that would be the city. And so if you wanted to stabilize the whole building, that additional $505,000 cost would have to be paid by the city. The other question the council asked is if we kept the middle part, if we still took down the middle part, but also took down the foundation, because that proposal didn't take down the foundation. The question was, how much would it cost to take that foundation out? And that's another $93,000 roughly. Then there's a question about gutters that the gutters over time here, they decay. And so the question was, well, if you put in copper gutters, which last a long time, what was that cost? And they estimated that, and that came out $185,000. And then council had some questions about the paint. What's the quality of the paint? And Don Hofer can answer that, but it's really high quality Sherwin-Williams paint, I believe. And there's some other questions. Now I just put for people that haven't been out there. So the slideshow, I'm going to do some really things. And Siren putting this together, this was the concept put together by an architect. And again, it's just a concept of the potential. The project is just to stabilize. We know that it's going to be millions of dollars to actually activate the building. It could be parts would be art uses, could be small breweries, could be little co-working spaces, could be museums, could be artistic things, could be music things. There's a wide variety of uses, and the original staff report, we had attached the feasibility study that had all these different potential types of uses. If you go to the next slide. So you can see in the concept plan, that's kind of what showed the outside, and then that's what the real outside looks like. And so you can kind of start to get a feel of, hey, you start cleaning up, it actually starts to look nice. Next slide. There's the actual long slide, and then the concept plan you can see on the bottom, it's 1,000 feet long. It really is a long structure. You don't realize how long 1,000 feet is until you stand out there and you can hardly see the end of it. Next slide. Then you can kind of see visions. And so this is what it actually looked like on the inside, but the concept plan, it kind of shows once you clean it up and you bring in light and you get it sealed up, you can have some different office spaces and maybe retail spaces. And so it kind of helps you to visualize what it starts to look like. Next slide. The people on tour, they could see that these 5 segments, one had the little, more like office space, but the others 5 were open like this. And so, the concept can maybe have a little, brew pub or little things like that. So it just gives you some ideas and potential out there. Next slide. So I covered this. So it was an original Army warehouse. We have money. Council originally gave us direction to stabilize it. Next slide. That was Shay's estimate, and we're even though we didn't have our team of consultants look at that, we think that's a pretty good number. Shay deals with this construction and rehab out there. They've been doing it a long time. Next slide. This just kind of shows the information that council wanted. And so what we're looking tonight is we have we're requesting authority to enter into this public services reimbursement agreement. And then we need direction from council. Do you want to demolish the whole building? Do you want to stabilize the whole building? Do you want to keep it open, that building part 3, and remove the foundation? Do you want to add the copper gutters? I would put a caveat on the copper gutters. They would be stolen really quickly if we put copper gutters up there. So every copper that we have around is gone. Or if there's any other option that you'd like us to consider. And that's kind of my report to this point.
Anyone in the public, let's start public comment. Anyone here in the room would like to speak? And Doug and Don, if you'd like to take the first crack at it, or if you'd like to wait. Sure. 1 second, Howard. We're just asking the sort of the proponent, if you'd like to speak now or later, either way is okay.
Good evening, council. My name is Don Hofer with Shea Homes. Good to be here tonight. Thank you. I think Lane really hit it on the head. Did a good job with that report. The only additional piece of information I can give is we were also asked to look at what it might cost to add rigid insulation to the roof structures. So it's kind of a sandwich approach where you sheet the roof and then there's rigid insulation with an additional layer of sheathing on top of it. That adds a layer of insulation along the roof and allows the bottom side of the trusses to be open. It's a very expensive approach to insulating. It ends up in total to be about $715,000 to add that type of a system to the project at this point is what we're estimating. It's about $1,100 a square. Square is 100 square feet. And when you compensate for the slope and whatnot, it ends up to be about a little over $700,000 to add. That is our estimate at this point. So I wanted to provide that additional information, and I did send an email. I think Doug might have sent it to you that has a breakdown by building of those costs. And so if you did make the decision not to move forward or to move forward with demolition of building 3, the building 3 cost was about $138,000 relative to that. So you can deduct that to understand what it would cost to add that rigid insulation to the rest of the buildings. It's probably a challenging thing for us to recommend, just because insulation is added as part of the Title 24 compliance portion of a project. It's hard to know without going through those design steps, which would be part of a future renovation project. What level of insulation do you need? You'd sort of be guessing. You'd be adding that at this point. It seems to be rather pricey. Acceptable practice that we deal with in the retail world, this is how we've built the promenade, is to actually insulate the bottom side and then add something that's called a scrim sheet, which is a plastic sheet that sort of contains that insulation. You can paint it out, and then that insulation sort of goes away. You don't really see it as much, and you can still get the effect of open trusses, but the insulation can be applied from the bottom in the future. So, but at much less cost. This is running about $11 a square foot in total, and that can be done for, a fraction of that. That's the additional information on insulation for you. I won't go on much further. There was a letter. Our recommendation was, in the beginning, the recommendation was to demo the majority of the arts district.
The majority of what? I'm sorry.
Of all the buildings in the arts district. We worked probably a couple of years ago now with staff on a plan that sought to layer in housing as a funding source to renovate portions of the arts district. There was a report that I pointed to in my letter that was done, I think in 2020 or so, 2019, that recommended or that only about 40% of the total buildings there could be used for an arts program. There's just too much square footage. And so it looked to other things, which your city manager talked about, office space and other restaurants and retail and other things to fill the arts district. And so we looked at saving 2 buildings at that time, which is about 40% of the current space. It ends up being about 24,000 square feet, and layering in a housing project to provide funding to promote the project. It was determined at that point, though, that there really wasn't any interest in adding additional housing to the Dunes project for the city, and so we abandoned that project. At this point, our recommendation is to demo the middle building again in an effort to say, look, 60,000 square feet is a lot of square footage. And the concern is that the arts program may languish because there's always going to be, priorities for you to spend money on other things in the city. And so, just getting it to a point where it's a little more economical to move it forward, knowing that, a very comprehensive report was done that said, look, 24,000 square feet in an arts program, when you look across the Central Coast, is about what I think it was ADE could recommend at the time as square footage for an arts program. So we know that there's also concept plans that show other things in that middle building, maybe a museum, maybe other things. It's really up to you. We've forwarded our recommendation. We're here to support ultimately what the city wants done. And tonight I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but look forward to either moving forward or not on this project. I mean, we're really at a point where we need to make that decision. And, if the council decides that you want to move forward, we're here to support just as we've indicated in our letter. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, though.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you for all your time on this, Don. Okay, now Howard would like to be the next. And Howard, just give us 1 minute. I'll say we have to extend the time. A motion to go to 11 if necessary. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, please continue, Howard. Thank you for allowing us to do that.
Sounds like a good use for those old buildings built in 1950, part of the quartermaster bunch. They were part of the Korean War buildings that were completed up on over on 8th Street. And
What were they used for initially?
those were quartermaster warehouses. And they were all stored, all the uniforms, everything, canteens, helmets, you name it, whatever they distributed to the soldiers. They were stored throughout all of those buildings. The other ones on the other side that are destroyed now were all the meat lockers, and food storage and that. Those could store canned goods in too. And they fed them to the brick building, which I wanted to buy from you guys. The brick building over there, which was the commissary. The first commissary. I have some photos of it, and people buying and going in there with their carts, stuff like that, and all those buildings. And the real museum, though, is the brick building. I want that building because it has the concrete floors. And once you get a museum, I can get the Army to supply me with machine guns and for display. And I can get tanks and artillery pieces. I can get everything I want from the museum. I have a collection that's worth a house in Marina of four-door artifacts, including canteens that have been brought throughout the whole Pacific by the 7th Division men. I've got a couple of them, and they've inscribed all of their places where they were in battle and everything. These are rare. These are worth a fortune. And yeah, I think, and I have a military library that is untouchable that I'd like to include in there. And with that arts project that I've included, I would introduce three-dimensional art. I would get about 35 kids to start building the model kits that I have for the displays in the glass cabinets. Those are the minor ones. You can't have an atomic cannon here, for instance, a real one, but we can certainly have a model where they press a button and they can see in the screen the cannon goes off and the nuclear explosion goes off in the Nevada proving grounds where it was. And I wanted to go to the college campus to get the arts people involved in painting the Verlinden way. It's a way of you paint the three-dimensional models so they look realistic, weathering and everything like that. And that would be a good thing for those art people to get involved with. And I need somebody to get involved with people that library assistant, somebody to catalog the books and display them. So there's a lot of opportunity to get a lot of kids involved in this project that I have in mind. Lots of art people, teach them how to do it the three-dimensional way. I'm a master model builder according to the International Plastic Modeler Society. One of my hobbies throughout my years and days, being an Army kid. But anyway, yeah, I'm interested in that brick building. Is what I think would be the best museum, close to the DOD, close to the entrance of Fort Dune State Park.
All right. Thank you, Howard. I think Don will give you a good deal on that.
Hello, Kevin Dayton, Government Affairs Liaison for the Monterey Peninsula Chamber of Commerce. And I did take that tour on the 7th, and it was great to have that open to the public to see that. Great tour. First of all, congratulations to the city of Marina and this whole Monterey Peninsula area for the fight against blight, I call it. And go back to 2019 and blight all over the place. And I said, they'll just never get rid of this here. And Marina Community Partners has been taking down the blight. And then you got the FORA bond passed. And boy, there's been great progress here. And I see tonight, Marina Coast Water District, they have on their agenda update on their capital improvement, and they've got demolition in March on their chart, starting for the main Garrison wastewater treatment plant, which is an eyesore that everybody notes, in the corporation yard as well. So great progress is being made. I think what the chamber wants me here to say is that that current warehouse as is somewhat unsightly. And you can see it from Highway 1, and with all the other blight gone now, boy, it sticks out. That was one of the reasons why I was interested in seeing it, because I was like, I don't even know what that building is or who does it. And of course, TMC tore down theirs next to it. I think what we want to do is, obviously, the default position is to just let it sit there and continue to deteriorate for years to come. So I'm asking that, there will be criticism probably no matter what you do, but make a decision and move forward on this, whatever it is. I'll also add, you probably know this, East Garrison, they are planning a arts district there with warehouses doing the same type of thing. Keep in mind, if that's going on, you're going to have a big glut of space for arts. So the question is how much demand is for this here, and who's going to pay for that arts? I know some of the people in East Garrison, they think that that's going to be, free hobby spaces for them. And that's not really what the original intent was. So as you go along, think about how you're not the only place that's looking at a arts village, and keep that in mind as you consider the decisions, because it'd be great to have that restored and have artists there. Whether that's realistic or not, I don't know. And you probably need to do something now about that building. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Anyone else here in person that would like to speak? Don't see anybody. So let's go online. Raise your hand, please, if you'd like to speak. I don't see any hands yet. Let's go to Arts for MC. Arts for Monterey County. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Jackie Atchison. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County.
Hi, Jackie.
Hi. I want to mention a few things. One is that we have done some community input workshops with every district in Monterey County. And the number one item that artists are looking for is studio space, performance space, venues for rehearsals, storage space. The museum is a great idea. I do think there is a need. Speaking about East Garrison, which is where I live, the live work component for the artists has really changed. It's been on hold for, as you probably know, over 25 years, and it's really not a priority for the county. So I think that's going to end up just being affordable housing above the town center, and it will not be a priority for artists. So there is a need for art space, especially performance. As I mentioned, studio space. We used to have 8,000 square feet at the American Tin Cannery. It was always full. We had it full for 5 years, and it was a very successful program. And we'd like to be able to find some more space, excuse me, in on the peninsula. We have another space over in Salinas that's full now. And so there are still artists out there looking for a space. It's necessary. So I do encourage you to do something with this building and prepare it for a place to bring artists and attendance, bring tourists and make it a destination spot right off the highway. I think it'd be wonderful. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much for joining us tonight. And I'm sure we'll do it a lot more intelligently if you are helping us along the way to advise us and plan this. Thank you very much, Jackie. Okay, let's go to Mike Moeller. Welcome, Mike. Mike, we're trying to unmute you. There you go.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I hate to be the one to advocate for demolishing an old Army building because I'm a big fan. I appreciate the fact that the city has stabilized the equestrian center and weatherized them 10 years ago. It's a great space. I would love to see Marina Coast Water District's barrack across the street saved, but I'm afraid this warehouse, I really don't see any real value for the investment in the fact that you have to continue to protect it for 5, 10, maybe 15 years to come before who's going to carry this art center vision out? Is the city planning on developing them themselves, like we're doing with the Sports and Aquatic Center, or are you looking to hold on to it and sell it in the future? It seems like there's a lot of unknowns and a lot of pressure to make a decision right now, to the tune of $3 million minimum. There's are the sprinkler systems serviceable? Are we going to get electricity for lights and security cameras? What about fencing? What about protecting it from future vandalism? It's just so many unknowns, and I think saving that warehouse limits the ability to use that property for something else down the line. How is TAMC, your next door neighbor there, going to affect how the art center plays out, or any potential future development in art center if they decide to do something with their property that doesn't match up? How are you going to heat that giant space? What are codes like? I mean, it may be fine for a warehouse still, but are the seismic codes going to be okay to turn that into a retail space down the line? I'm not an architect or a builder, so I don't know. So I have a lot of questions. I do appreciate everything the city is doing. The momentum is really wonderful with the parks and the aquatic center and all the things we have going. It's great. But I think it would be best if you just go ahead and cut this project loose and take it down and let's put that building behind us. And again, it does break my heart to advocate for the demolition of an old four-door building, because I think they're cool, what very few we have left. But it's an 85-year-old warehouse that I don't think the Army ever thought would still be standing, or at least would still be repurposed for something else. So anyway, that's it. Good night.
Thank you very much, Mike. We appreciate that input. Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment and come to City Council for your comments. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have several questions. First of all, why didn't we receive the materials sooner than this morning on a day that was already pretty packed with preparing for this meeting?
We just didn't have any staff to get it out. They've been all sick.
Because also from the developer, we received this morning an email with cost estimates. The letter is dated January 16. There was a report about the hazardous material. The report is from October last year. Why was that not shared with us before the December meeting and before the tour? That had so much information about this building. It would have helped all of us to make a better decision, or hopefully make a good decision now or later. Yeah.
You don't have to make a decision tonight. You have all the information. If you need more time, you can take all the
I
time.
think we need more time, but that's what I think now. Other question, when was the $1.35 million amount decided? 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
It was approved in the capital program.
So
back
2
then.
years probably, about
So-
2.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
So meanwhile, the homes that are being sold by the developer, do they still sell them for the same price as they sold them 2 years ago? That's probably a question for the developer. Just to say, why is it kept? Why? This comes back every time, things get more expensive. Why is the $1.35 million that we will receive, why is that not indexed? Just with the CPI, just show that things are getting more expensive. The risk is all for the city. And I appreciate all the public comments, by the way. And Mike Miller, I agree with him. There's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of risk for our city. If we decide to stabilize the building, it will need to be secured. There's no people living there. Definitely not on the west side. It will be up to us because the developer is not prepared to help with that. So I feel like it's all up to us. All the risks are for us as a city. And so my request to include a proposal for roof insulation, which I didn't know was so special here. It's pretty standard in Europe. You have your roof and you put your insulation on the outside, which keeps your whole building warm. It keeps your construction warm as well. And the reason I asked that, because I think one of the cool elements of this building is the trusses. If we put a new roof on it, and then years from now, when the city is going to remodel and pay for it, we will need to add insulation on the inside. I don't know what, Mr. Hofer, thank you for giving, I didn't even get the word about the sheets, something. So that's something I would like to see before we make a decision, because this shows we have a lot of goals. We share a lot of goals with the developer, but there's also differences in goals. The developer's goal is short term. Our goal as a city is long term. We want to use this building. So at one point it will need to be insulated. And I think it will be, how do you say this? And it will negatively affect the whole appearance of the interior of that building. And so just as an example that I see that we have different goals and we need to think about that. The city of course, is in control. Like Mr. Hofer also said, it's really up to you, move forward or not. I just want to say, the city is in control. We even have the option to take out part of that building, maybe build a second story in the center of that building so people can have a view of the bay. When I mentioned it to the developer at one point, of course, the first reply was, oh, they will ruin the views for our homes. Yes, I know, but we don't even know what Thames they also have, they own a parcel there. Who knows what they do? When you buy a home in a new development, I'm running out of words at this time, but I usually don't do. The
You can speak
disclosure, yeah, I will do it in Dutch, double Dutch. Disclosures are always there to say, the views are not guaranteed, especially if you buy a property at the edge of a development. So I think I personally would like to see more about the insulation, because if we stabilize it, I think we should do it the right way with the intention to start using this building within the next decade. Hopefully there will be money, but we will need insulation, and I think it might be best to invest that as well, or just say we leave the building the way it is for a little bit longer or much longer, or tear it down. I would like to keep it. My first less than 2 years ago, when I mentioned once, that building is, when I had only seen the outside, and I mentioned that building, that's not worth saving. And then our city manager said, can I take you on a tour? And the moment I saw the interior, I was like, oh man, we need to keep this. We need to try to keep it. And the length is one of the things that makes it so special. If you take out that center building, you have two, just buildings.
Well, you still got 24,000 square feet on each side of the open.
Yes, but it will not be, you won't have that experience of just seeing that you can roller skate from one end to the other. Another reason why I would like to, I always thought
That's
get the
important to you.
the rollerblades can come back there. So, and a final reply for now is it's about 60,000 square foot for our community center, the offices, new community center, civic center. We need about 25,500 square foot. Half this building would be enough for that. I just think we should, and I hope that we get a new community center downtown, which has my preference. But if for some reason it doesn't work years from now, and there is funding for Fort Ord buildings, so I just want the city to keep options open for those who will be making decisions when the time is right. So that's my plea. And I think I personally would like to see more about insulation, roof insulation. So postpone it for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Biala?
This is a really difficult decision, and I know we don't have to make a decision tonight, but I really thank Mike Moeller for giving comments, because that's not something that I had thought primarily about, but now I am. And I'm thinking that we have nostalgia and we want to preserve old buildings. And I think that it has to be thought about at what cost. And I wanted to ask the developers, if I could, if we were to go a route of demolishing all of them, it would be at the cost of 752,000. Would you still be willing to do half? So
0.3 million.
okay, so demolishing that whole thing would also not impede your development, and you wouldn't be against it.
No, it's probably our preferred option.
Oh, okay.
But,
See, I didn't get that. I'm
but,
sorry.
yeah, I probably wasn't clear on that, but, we would split that cost with the city.
Okay, because, we've been talking about all these specifics of what could be in the building. So I think the public is very excited about it. But in truth, this building is lower on our priorities when we're struggling with so many other things. And I know for a fact, just even my own small remodel has been so expensive. 3 times, 4 times what the original one, and it took a year. So the price over a year kept accelerating. And so I can imagine, to extrapolate this tiny kind of development in this time is going to really accelerate. And I think I agree with Mike Mueller that we're going to have to make sure that it's not vandalized. We're going to have to put in all these utilities when we are not even using the thing for maybe 10 years or more. And what was kind of disturbing to me is in your letter, you talk about the arts and performance program is really only viable for 40% of the space. So here again, you know, we envision this concept, and in reality, we're not going to be able to sustain that, you know. And so to me, that even gives credence more to splitting the building, so you have half of it devoted to this idea of the arts, and then you have something on the other side that's restaurants and offices or whatever else will pay the bill. So, you know, I'm really torn, because I think if we were to say the purpose of the Arts Village, would we have conceived of this kind of building? We could build, if we tore it down, could conceive of that building in any configuration we thought would be appropriate for that purpose, rather than trying to fit the purpose into this building for historical reasons. And so I'm really torn. It's the first time I really thought, is this really worth it? 10 years of our spending this kind of money to stabilize it, and having to enforce, you know, the upkeep of it. I don't know. I'm really struggling. I'm at this point, I'm almost leaning towards maybe this isn't something worthwhile to save, because we could have whatever we wanted to when we decide what we want from this site. Right now, we're kind of like throwing out ideas, and the idea that we originally conceived of is not able to even really fill up the space. So what are we trying to do? I'm not really sure. So anyway, that's my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be brief. I mean, I share in my colleagues' kind of confusion on what steps to take next. Here's what I think. I think if we demolish the buildings, we will never have, what goes in will be probably very dense, right? Because that's kind of how new construction is. It'll be of a total different look and feel. You, you know, I think of the preservation of the sports center and the pool as a little bit of a parallel. I think that we're glad we did that. Maybe not. I don't know, but I think that it ended up being a good thing. You know, it pains me to say that I would support the suggested renovations, because it's not how I'd spend my own money. But I also understand that that's just not how government works. Government spending doesn't work how my own finances work, right? I think sometimes you have to draw things out to get something really nice down the road. So all that to say, I mean, my inclination is to go forward with the contribution of the 1.53, stabilize it to minimum standards. Whether the middle building goes or not, I'm kind of indifferent about that. But I'm also open to other suggestions too, if somebody feels strongly. So that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. I think that we're not artists, we're not artist developers, you know, we're just lay people in that respect. And so until we get a walkthrough between staff and people like Jackie Atkinson, who know what they're talking about and have a lot more experience than anyone in this room probably, we really don't know what the potential is. So I wouldn't want to bulldoze something before we know what the potential is. The good news is that there is no urgency except for $1.3 million. And so I think if we, Don, how soon would you have to start demolition to make your home building deadlines work for you?
Well, really what we need is just a decision, right? So
By when?
we think now, kind of. I mean, I hate to pressure you on it, but it's true. I mean, what's happening here is today we can sell those homes adjacent to the Arts District for a certain price. If the Arts District is not blight, it is a a nice building that kind of goes away or it's not there at all, whatever it is, those homes along there sell for something more than that. And what we've come to the city with is to say, hey, look, we'll share that with you. And this proposal is
Yeah, I
how
think
we
we
see
understand that, Don. I was
Okay.
just asking you if we're going into installation, because we have a lot of questions
Mhm.
and we need maybe a financial plan, some other things.
Yeah.
How much time do we have to not lose the 1.3? And it sounds like you're saying, you got maybe a week. You don't have much time.
Yeah, because we really want to start sales in that area soon.
Okay.
We're really far along. I mean, if the council were to say tonight, hey, we're willing to move forward, we appreciate the 1.3 contribution, we want to secure that. We're going to demo the middle building. We want to look at removing the foundation and maybe adding this insulation. We're happy to work with you. I mean, that would get us to where we could get started.
Right.
Right.
And is a demo of the foundation important to you so you have a continuation of the linear park?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think it would be nice to demo it because just visually, it's now you're looking at dirt and maybe landscaping as opposed to just a foundation that's there for, again, how long it'll
Oh,
be there.
because if you take down the middle building, you're left with a concrete slab.
Right.
So
right,
you want to take out that slab because the building's gone.
right.
I get it. Okay. All right. Thank you, Don. Yeah, there's lots we can consider, but public comments over unless we needed that's okay. No, thanks, Christine, for being here. Yeah, we got a few minutes before we got to do something. Rebuilding is going to be a lot more expensive than rehabbing it. You don't build a building anywhere near that size for anything like, $3 million. You build a house for $2 million. So we know how much that would be to rebuild there, but we could rebuild what we want instead of what we have. But if you think about the most inspirational places to be in cities, they're often in old buildings, warehouses. That people think, wow, who thought of this? Whoever thought of this, whoever put this together was a real visionary. So I don't want to bulldoze something that can be a real icon for our area. But I think we need more time. We might lose the money. And if we get down the road and we don't have their money, we're going to spend $700,000 to demolish it. So I don't think we lose much because we're uncertain where to go. If we wait until we know whether we want to demolish it or build or keep it. I'm currently not in favor of removing the middle building just for the reasons that we don't know what we're going to do with the site. So why would you take out the centerpiece and you don't even know what the heck you're going to do with the building? So my motion, I'll start to build, is that we don't do anything about taking the developer's offer tonight. We get a walkthrough with Jackie Atchison from the Marina Arts Council. We get some information on insulation, such as that skim sheet, and we get a little bit better financial plan than we have here as far as where the money can come from, because we think it's going to be a lot more than 1.3 million, even if we took the developer's offer. So I think it's all motion that we do that. And I'll repeat the motion if you guys want me to, and then we can build on that motion. If there's a second, we can continue, or you can start fresh without it.
I'll second.
Okay, so all motion, do we need to do the fire issue tonight? Okay, so I'll motion that we put on hold the mayor council, because that's going to take half hour, 45 minutes at least. And I think everyone wants to get out of here. And I think we'll be criticized if we take on the mayor council compensation at 11:30, right? So my motion on the continuance is we go to 11:15 to wrap this up and wrap up the fire issue and not take on the council mayor issue. That's my motion for the continuance.
I'll second.
Yeah, okay. So let's finish this item. My motion is we finish this item and we finish the fire item.
I second.
Just for discussion, I'll just say if we did decide to take the mayor council, if people feel awake enough, it's an ordinance, so it requires 2 meetings anyway. People would still have an opportunity
Okay,
to speak, but
let's rethink that at 15 after.
okay.
Or when we're done with these 2 items. So my motion, at least for now, is to continue for these 2 items, this one and the fire item. we can pick back, we can do the mayor thing still if we wanted to. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're building a motion on the table right now. It's get the Monterey County Arts involved. Get some insulation options and prices. Because I thought Dawn had a really good idea, save money, indoor insulation that you can't see very well. You can still see the trusses, protect the beauty and have a cheaper insulation, but we don't know anything about it. We just heard
Yes, it
about
might be a
tonight.
perfect solution, but I don't know it
Right.
and it's important.
Okay, so that's the second component. Getting a complete financial plan, not a 30-page document, just where are the options, where the money might come from, and what do we give up by putting money into the stabilization that we can't do something else because we're putting it into this. So those are the three elements. Now we can build more. If people want friendly amendments, let's do that. Councilmember Biala?
I want to make a comment, and it would be not consistent with yours, but I do understand about the demolishing the whole thing, and so I'm going to reverse. I'm not going to say that that's an option. So we're going to go ahead and preserve it, but I really think that it's a very, very long building, and I don't really see any harm in dividing the building up so you have a nice entryway that can be accessed both wings. And so I would very much like to see that we go ahead and take out the middle building so that we can have sort of creative space, outdoor space, connecting the two very long buildings. Because I'm not so sure that I see it as a positive that we can't even see the end of the building. I think that it becomes daunting if somebody were approaching a building and saying, wow, so where do I go for this thing that I'm looking for? And I would rather see a central place where they can head out either way. But I also don't want to walk away from $1.3 million. I mean, we're treating it like, yeah, well, if we can't make it, today, I mean, I don't know that can you wait for another council meeting because there's still some questions on this? I mean, that it just puts us in a terrible spot. So, I mean, if we can get some more information as the current, motion suggests, would you be willing to wait for at least another council meeting? I mean, looks like we're heading to some kind of decision. Jenny McAdams will also be able to vote on the next one. So I just don't feel comfortable just saying, well, if it's not today, then hey, it's okay. We'll lose $1.3 million.
While they're discussing it, to answer your question, while they're getting ready to answer your question, I'm not sure we can pressure staff to do all this in 2 weeks.
Okay, well,
But Lane, what do you think? I mean, they got so much going on already. To tell them to hurry up and do this is not so easy.
Right, I'm not really sure how much. I think they can help a little bit more on the insulation, to understand that a little bit more as far as fleshing out more finance options and
Okay,
things.
then 2 council members from now, council meetings from now.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of financial options, just where's the money going to come from? Because it might be up to $3 or $4 million by the time our cost, whether we lose their money or we don't lose their money, it's going to cost us more than 1.3 million. So where's that coming from? And what do we lose by spending it? Because we still leave the option of demoing it. I'm not saying we're not going to bulldoze the building. I'm just saying that the motion on the floor is to look into some stuff so that we can make a more informed decision.
Right. But your motion also included to maintain building 3. So I'm not so sure I want to go that
No,
way.
my motion didn't speak to that.
Oh, I thought it did.
I said that I didn't like the idea before we know what we're going to do to take out part of it. That's not part of my motion.
Oh.
It's just get Jackie involved, check out the installation options and prices, and get some more financial information on how we're going to make this work and where it's going to come from. That's it. Those 3 things. That's all I got so far.
Okay. And I would like to add a date that is an agreement with you to not withdraw your contribution. So it gives us a little more time.
Why don't do you guys have a date?
Thank you, Mayor. I think if we could get to a decision on whether the program was moving forward or not by the next council meeting, we'll work with you guys on decisions like insulation, right? If we can get a program going, and you guys can decide what you want to do, but if between now and the next council meeting, it can be decided, okay, we're going to move forward. We're going to keep the middle building. We're going to contribute the additional $505,000 to make that happen or not. And we have a basic, then we can take that to our sales program and say, okay, here's what we know is going to happen here, guys. And we have certainty around that. And then we can work through some more of those details. So we're okay with it being sort of an incremental process. If that helps you, we're here to help, we want to do what's right for the community. So I'm okay with the idea of, hey, let's come back to at the next meeting and decide the structure of this. And then if there's detail that we need to resolve after that, we can do it as long as we know the program's moving forward one way or the other.
That we have a general commitment to the idea
Right.
of restoring the buildings.
Or whatever you
with
want
or
to do.
without the middle
The
one.
middle building stays, the middle building goes, whatever you want to decide there.
Right.
The program's moving forward, the program's not, whatever it is, we just need some certainty there.
Okay, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Bishop.
Sorry, I forgot to, I think I don't have more questions at the moment.
All right.
This was just something else.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Just two comments on things that I heard. In terms of the foundation, I said I was indifferent about removing the middle building, but I don't know that I'm indifferent about removing the middle foundation. I think that there's some challenges there. I don't know if we remove the foundation, what do we build a bridge? Because that's a like 6-foot foundation. Is that right? What do we build a bridge between the two buildings? We lose that connectivity, right? So I'm challenged by that. As far as insulation, I appreciated what the developer said. I think by the time we actually do something with the building, the codes are going to be different. I know residential roofs only last 20 years. I don't know if it's the same for commercial, but the whole building's probably going to have to be re-roofed at some point. I see Councilmember Fisher shaking her head. So
Residential roofs last longer than 20 years. Usually
Okay.
40.
I've always been told 20, but maybe again the developer
Well,
can
there's a
chime
difference
in
in
there.
quality, of course.
Yeah,
The
so
30, 40. but
um,
Should be more than 20.
and then the last thing I'll say in terms of heating, a total valid concern given our cold climate. But I think of things like the sports center that, I don't assume have insulation on the roof, but somehow they manage to have reasonable heat. I mean, I think you can make it work if you have to. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Okay. So to city manager, I guess we're not asking for a lot. Maybe the hardest thing would be getting a time to meet with Jackie. And then, that's probably the hardest thing. The financial plan might take 2 or 3 hours on someone's part to figure out where the money might come from and
Yeah, we can do that.
what we're not going to be able to do if we do it on this. So the next time we get together, we make the decision to demo it or to keep it, and maybe a little bit more detail on what to do if we're going to keep it than we have tonight, like remove the middle building or not, that kind of thing. Okay, any final comments before we go to a vote? Or anyone want to build to the motion anymore? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That, right. Okay, that passes unanimously with the 4 of us. Thank you, Don and Doug, for not only for staying so late, but helping us out through this process. Thank you both very much. And Christine, thanks for staying with us as well. Okay, so now let's jump to the fire issue. And Lane, would you like to lead us through that?
Belinda will do that for us.
We're not sure. We're not sure. Well, it's a few minutes here before we decide finally whether we're going to take up the mayor's salary issue.
Okay. Mayor and council, I'm presenting regarding bringing in a retired annuitant to be an interim fire chief. Just some information. Government Code Section 7522.56 requires retired annuitants to be separated from employment for at least 180 days before coming back to work for an employer in that same retirement system. There is an exception in certain situations if the council adopts a resolution to waive that waiting period. Let's skip past a couple things that are in the report. Due to the critical nature of the duties and responsibilities of a fire chief, we are looking to bring in someone in an interim capacity quickly and most efficiently. Our recent fire chief, Doug McCoon, retired December of last year. And that would, bringing him back would probably be the most efficient way to have somebody come in and fill that critical role. And lastly, pursuant to government code section, that same government code section 7522.56, the city must provide CalPERS a certification resolution when hiring a retiree before those 180 days. And you must also review the employment agreement, which was attached to the staff report. I can answer any questions.
Between you and our city manager, I'd like to know. Oh, yes. Thank you. Let's go to the public comment on this matter. Anyone here present like to comment?
Somebody had pointed out to me that this would mean that they're receiving a payment pretty much from the city already and then an additional salary from us. And they were pretty much saying, you know, is there a reason why if they're going to return to the same job that they wouldn't just delay their retirement and save the city some money, or whether or not we could perhaps at least attempt to start hiring into the position officially versus hiring back the person who just retired for more stability, or at least start that hiring process with that expectation that the annuitant is temporary until such position is filled. That would just be my question.
Thank you, Christine. Anyone else in the person here that would like to speak to this matter on the fire? If not, let's go online. Anyone online wish to speak to this matter? Not seeing any hands raised. We'll close public comment. So Belinda, can you speak not to the optics, but why is it important that we hire so soon an interim? I guess that's unrelated to Christina's question. So I'll get that second. So first question is, how much is the city actually paying? Like what percent of the pension are we paying? Are we paying most of his pension or a small part of his pension?
So the contributions made through CalPERS are throughout someone's career, depending on how many years of service they have. Doug had 9 years of service with the city. So it depends
And
on
how many total years? About 40?
yeah, close to like 30 something is what he mentioned.
So he has 40 years of CalPERS.
I don't know if it's with CalPERS because there could be some reciprocal agencies.
Okay, but 40 years of retirement work and 9 of those were with us. So we would be funding approximately a fourth of his pension.
We've kind of already made those contributions based on earnings. So we make those contributions per pay period. And so we pay a portion of that every paycheck that he receives. Once he retires, it comes strictly from CalPERS. So it's not an addition to.
Right, but the money he gets from CalPERS, theoretically, about a quarter of it came from us because
Yes,
about a quarter of his service was with us. And that's, I think, what she was saying. So
I think that's misunderstanding the public. Yet he's retired. He gets that retirement benefit regardless of whether he's coming back as an annuitant or not. That's a sunk cost. And so the question for the council is we have a need for an interim fire chief. If we bring someone in, it's going to cost more money. Bringing Doug back does not increase his pension payment. We don't pay into CalPERS, so it's actually a savings for the city. If we hired a consulting firm or whatever, the hourly rates could be significantly more. And so from a cost point of view, it's a savings to the city. The pension, it doesn't impact the pension at all.
And I just wanted to add as far as the recruitment. So one of the requirements that I kind of skimmed through real quick is to have that posting up. CalPERS requires that before bringing an interim. The time it would take to find another interim to come in, because those duties need to be fulfilled, there's a critical need. There's scheduling between the division chiefs that they have duty chief coverage, which Doug participated in. We would have to find an interim immediately to do that anyway. And as far as the recruitment, we've already posted it online. We're working with a recruiter to try to get someone in as fast as we can. We did include language in the employment agreement that says if we fill the position before the expiration date of the contract, then his term would end as well. So at this point, we're trying to make sure that we have coverage of that critical role until we fill the position. So that was included in the agreement.
Thank you. Councilmember Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we did not try to, knowing that he was going to retire on December 31st, did we not post beforehand of the job, or is it? I don't understand how we got to this position where we don't have a succession plan for an important head.
We did not post in the beginning. We were looking for a specific recruiter. So usually safety positions, executive safety positions are very difficult to fill. And so recruiters usually have like a specialized person on staff to handle, similar to what we did with our police chief. We used a recruitment firm and we reached out to a few. One of them was probably the one we wanted to use, and they did not have someone on staff for a few months. So we're kind of waiting to hear back if we were going to be able to use them or not. And that kind of got closer to the time period. So having something like this where we can have a little bit more time to find a recruiter that specializes in fire.
Okay. It sounds like we might be using Doug for quite a long time, though. So, I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but I just want to be realistic. We're not just asking him to fill in for a couple months. It may be much longer.
It may be much longer, but it depends on the recruitment. I know the police chief recruitment took about a year, maybe a year and a half.
Yes.
Executive recruitments usually take at the quickest, probably 4 to 5 months, and they can be extended. If we have a successful recruitment within 4 to 6 months, it could be that time period. But if it's
we're
not,
pretty
we'd
picky. So I
we'd have
think,
to
I
go a
think
little
it
bit
might
longer.
go longer. So is Doug willing to do that if it was even a year? Because I would hate to do this and then 6 months later, before we have somebody, we're in the same position. Like now we, like, is he really willing to do that?
Yes, we reached out to him. We reached out to him after his retirement.
Yeah.
And asked him, kind of told him what happened with the recruiters that we were trying to contact, and he is willing to come and help.
For up to a year, or you didn't
Up
talk
to a
about that?
year, up to a year.
Said a year,
And it's only one appointment. So if that time period comes, we would not be able to extend. We would have to go out and find a different interim.
Okay. I don't see a downside. I mean, we're saying that we don't, within our own ranks, we can't pull somebody away from their responsibilities to fill in that spot, right? I mean, there's not that possibility.
Yeah, I think for this limited time period, we're kind of just trying to figure out, there's a lot of things going on. I think one of the division chiefs is actually on his way to LA to help with one of the fires,
Right.
and then duty chief coverage that they have to be on a calendar.
Right.
Yeah, so their fire is a little bit different than police in that our division chief, they always have to be, we need to have someone in town, and that was a really important thing of adding the 2 additional division chiefs. And then with all the wildfires and things, it's not like we can just have a division chief temporarily fill that.
Well, if he's willing, he just steps in and he knows everything and everyone. And so there's no downtime in terms of, orientation or anything. So, it's a big benefit to us. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you. Just want to clarify real quickly, what Lane said was that essentially on kind of a per hour basis, when you include any kind of extra cost, this is actually a cost savings to the city versus him not having retired. Is that true, or did I misunderstand?
I don't know if he said not having retired. He will still have his retirement benefits, whether we bring him back or not. And we still have to spend to have an interim come in. And it would likely be a higher rate if we had a different interim come
Right,
in.
but if he was still working, we would be spending more money on his position than if he retired, as he did, and we bring him back as an annuitant.
Yes, because we would have CalPERS costs associated.
Was that your
and
question?
Health benefits.
That we're paying less if we bring him back.
Than if he would have stayed working for us.
Okay. Yeah.
Was that your question?
Yes.
Okay, and I think the answer is yes. We will be paying him less when he comes back than we were paying him per paycheck when he was here.
Correct, because it would not include health benefits in the retirement formula.
Okay. And the reason I ask is because I sense there's this like feeling amongst the public that this is some kind of scam, that people are, kind of totally abusing the system. And I don't know that that's really the case. It's just, I mean, he's obviously would be doing what is best for him if he accepts this, but it's also not some windfall. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I know when I retired and my job hired me back as a contractor, which I am right now, they pay me a lot less than they did because they don't pay any benefits, nothing, just my salary, my hourly salary, which was the same hourly salary that, was, but anyway.
And
Okay,
that's the same thing that would be doing, Doug.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, the hourly fee is quite affordable compared to some of our consultants, even for administrative. Yes, it's but yeah, I did have just like Councilmember Biala. I was like, well, he announced our fire chief McCown. He announced his resignation, his retirement. Thank you. Quite long in advance. So why didn't we jump on it right then? And
I think he provided notice to HR, and I don't know if maybe he spoke to other people ahead of time, but he provided notice, I think maybe mid-October. So that gave us kind of like a month and a half to plan and reach out to recruiters.
yes, and he said the recruiter that you probably would like to use, they didn't have the staff on hand. So why do we want to use a company that doesn't even have the staff to do what we want them to do?
And I kind of mentioned that it's a specialized recruitment. So usually for police chief or fire chief, the recruiters that have kind of a career background in safety are the best ones to use to find the best qualified candidates. So even if we reached out to other recruiters, we'd still ask them, do you have a recruiter that specializes in recruiting an executive fire position or an executive police position?
And it's not that they didn't have the person do it. They were just involved with other
Yes.
recruitments and they didn't have the bandwidth to pick us up until now.
Okay, it's really specialized, this.
It makes a difference in your recruitments.
I know we were.
Because not only that, they have networks around.
Okay, so then I'll just ask my other question. It says limited to 960 hours per fiscal year. So this probably means 960 hours until July 1st and then another 960 for the second half.
That's correct.
And will he have, I'll just ask him, will he have to, is that correct? Work full-time, or can it be part-time based as, as needed, as what the city manager needs, I think is in here?
He'll be paid on an hourly basis.
Yeah, so whatever's needed, if he wants to take a vacation,
yes,
it will be all
as needed and when he's available.
Yeah, he needs to go on a trip, I think. So,
Okay.
okay, this is so I'm happy that he is prepared to do this, and I have confidence in the system because I know the chief of police. It took a while, but it was very successful in the end. So thank you very much.
Okay, I see Councilmember Biala's light on. I'll authorize the motion to authorize the appointment of Doug McCallum as retired annuitant to the vacant position of interim fire chief. We get a second, then we'll go to Councilmember Biala.
No, I second it. I was going to make the motion, so I'll second it. Yeah.
All right. Any more comments before we go to a vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much, Belinda. Thank you, Lane. It'll be good to have Doug back and saving money compared to what we used to. So now we make the decision. Do we take on the mayor council compensation or do we go home? Councilmember Biala, McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess where I'm conflicted is I think there's a lot of people I see online that aren't usually with us. So I suspect that they may be here to speak about this. So we're kind of, your point is well taken that if we take this issue at this hour of the night, people are going to be upset. It's also a good articulation of why we should be having this discussion, and why we go so late at night. But also, if we don't have this discussion, I know people in the audience and people online that would like to speak and have waited all night. So I'm inclined to say, let's take it. We're going to have a second hearing, which will give people an opportunity to speak then as well.
Kathy's not buying it.
No.
I'm sorry, I'm really tired and I have to be going to San Francisco tomorrow at 7 a.m.
Okay.
So, I mean, I have to wake up earlier.
Okay, so in a moment for Howard, we will adjourn in a moment. Okay,
I was just gonna say, usually the second reading, just to clarify, it's just on the consent agenda. You can certainly do it differently.
we could
because
just, and on the consent agenda, they can still comment on it. We can still pull it and all that. We've done that before. But Kathy's tired. There is only, I can see two people that aren't normally here. So I think we've lost some people. We lost Grace, we lost Mike, we lost, Mike Moeller. So I think there are other folks that would have been commenting. And we're not of a strong mind right now because it's so late. And so, sounds like, well, I would like to postpone it. Brian'd like to do it. Kathy would like to postpone it. You're the swing vote. You're the swing vote. Just now you count.
I would like to postpone it, but can we please put it on the next agenda as high as possible? I know it needs to be under a certain thing, but make that the first item under that.
All right.
And I would like to thank everybody who's still here and everybody who's still on Zoom with
Yes.
us.
Thank you everyone for staying with us.
Just for the record, I'm leaving at 5 a.m. to go to Cal Cities. So I too, just another.
You were
example.
sacrificing the
Yeah,
stick.
yeah.
Just for the record, I can sleep in.
I'd be willing to stay if we had a majority. All right. We're adjourned. Thank you everyone for a very productive evening. Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Ishmael. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Howard.
Recording